Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and let's start off with the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. We have a lot to get through tonight. Lots of stuff. First off, let's do a roll call. Town clerk, please.
Councilwoman Albright.
Here.
Councilman Mazella.
Here.
Councilman O'Hanlon.
Present.
Councilman Kreifenberg.
Here.
Supervisor Delvecchio.
Here.
Town Attorney Emily Svensson.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. So, adoption of the agenda, we have a few changes, real quick. Michael?
Yeah, so just to make it flow a little better here, if everybody's okay with it, I'd like to make a motion to add a discussion item. Well, I guess, do you want it under new business or old business? The other one's under old business, so I'll make a motion that we add a number 5 under old business discussions, basically to discuss the local law repealing Chapter 95 and amending Chapter 98 when it comes to junk motor vehicles.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then, if you're okay, I'd like to make a motion to allow special consideration item number 1, authorizing establishment of a bank account for new town hall projects, onto the agenda under new business resolutions, basically to go between number 4 and 5, because then it's kind of in the correct sequence.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. And I make a motion that we adopt the agenda.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
You have 3 seconds on that one. You want to pick one? I don't
Take
care.
your
It
pick.
doesn't
Take
matter.
your pick.
Pick somebody.
Mary, you got it. All right. Okay. So, we received and accept the minutes of the workshop meeting of 9/7/22, of the workshop meeting.
I make a motion that we accept both the workshop and the regular town board meeting minutes.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No official correspondence. All official correspondence is on file at the town clerk's office. There are no oral reports tonight. We'll go right to our public hearing.
So, you wanna make the motion to open the floor for the public hearing? Is that what?
Don't I gotta read the affidavit first?
Yes, so go ahead.
Okay. I am in receipt of the affidavit of postings pertaining to the acceptance of proposed local law to override the tax levy limit for fiscal year 2023 pursuant to General Municipal Law 3-C for commencement of local law adoption process by the town clerk, Mary Beth Muir, dated September 27th, 2022, and the affidavit of publication by the Northern Dutchess News, dated September 27, 2022. Okay? And if you'd like to make that motion.
I'll make a motion that we open the meeting to the public for the public hearing for the override of the tax levy.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. And before we start, is there any chance that the attorney could just speak on it before?
I say we do that just to
Just to help
clear
clarify,
everything up
yeah.
for everybody this way. There was some confusion. Apparently, some folks were concerned on some of the wording about the actual resolution, not the law, but the resolution that was as it was written. So if you want to explain.
So I think the issue is that if you need to override the tax cap, you need to have this law in place, and there are very specific deadlines that all these things need to happen by. So in order to get the budget done in time, you need to meet certain, timeline dates. But if you wait until that point and realize you need to override the tax cap, then it's too late to adopt the local law. So the best practice that all the towns are doing is to adopt a local law, to follow that process through so that you have it in place just in case you need it. I know that everything that I've heard so far is that you don't expect to exceed the tax cap. But, you know, this is just a good practice to have in place in case it becomes necessary. And so the wording is such that it sounds as if the town will need the local law, because if you don't need it, then you'll repeal it, and then you won't have it there anymore. So if you do have it, it's because you need it. So that's just, it's this challenge of the dates and timelines that makes this necessary.
And this is something that should actually be done every year.
Exactly.
Almost like an RPC. Never mind, I'm only kidding. That's another discussion. All right, so we can go forward and open it, and the microphone is open to anyone who would like to talk about that particular piece. I thought you were gonna get up there and say.
You gotta press, you actually gotta
have a
press,
microphone.
Mike, you gotta actually press the button, though? Oh, oh, is it?
That's why I went and checked.
Oh, okay.
Why is that? They're brand new.
I guess I just have a Gary Vader, South Point Turnpike, Pleasant Valley. I guess I just have a question for the attorney. The authority, it says it's got to be approved by 60% of the town board. That's 3 votes, no matter how you look at it. Or is it 60% of those in attendance?
No, it's 60% of the whole board. It's the 3 votes.
It makes sense for the state to put that in there instead of a majority. It makes no sense, and it never does.
Well, I think it's because other bodies, when they exceed the tax cap, it's by 60%, and it just so happens that with a 5-member board, 60% is the same as a majority.
Because it's a town law, not a city law.
Sorry.
Yep,
Carol
the mic's
Campbell,
on.
It got me. Carol Campbell, 122 Marshall. My comments are in favor of this, not against. Listening to the attorney, this is exactly what all the boards have done. Going back to when I was on the board, I would imagine it's been done every time here.
No, not every time.
I don't have a problem with it. You know, it is, of course, because of the way the dates are set, that if you did have to go over it, you wouldn't be able to, so it's just a mechanism to do it. So I'm glad the board's doing it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Not hearing anyone else, I move that we close the
Public hearing?
Public hearing?
public hearing to the public.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
And now we're going back to commencing the local law. Now, do we have to read the affidavit for that? That's still open, correct?
It's still open, so I just think we gotta reopen the public.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion that we reopen it was a public hearing,
Right.
for repealing Chapter 95 and amending Chapter 98.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone want to speak on that one? This is the junk car one, yes.
We haven't yet made any changes to it, so it's the same one as last time.
Gary Vader, Pleasant Valley. I still have a problem with the wording where it says, "in the opinion of the zoning administrator." At least not in this town, but in another town I was involved with, the opinion changed with regard to who was putting in the application. And that leads to a variety of possibilities. So I really do not support that part of this. The rest of it's fine. But opinion is a hard thing to understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
read this quickly. I think that, I do agree with Gary. The one thing that I noticed was D number 5, and that is the opinion of the zoning administrator. I do like that antique or classic automobile has been put in here. I'm wondering if it should be more clarification as to what that is. In other words, it's usually 25 years. I know that that's very broad, and I'm fine with it. I just make that point. The other point that I want to make is, I wondered if the county had any comments. I know that we were waiting for the county on both of these laws, and I wondered if the county came back with any comments.
They did not. Do you want to speak to that? Or they haven't gotten to it yet, and so as of this morning, they hadn't gotten to it yet. So we told them that we would, if we amend it, that we would send them the new version.
Okay. I would suggest that it, again, my opinion, that if it's not urgent, that we might want to wait for the county. Having said that, I understand that a lot of times the county will just come back with, it's up to the local jurisdiction. So, I just put that out there for the board to consider.
Just a point, Carol, real quick, just a point of reference for you. You mentioned 5D in the opinion of the zoning administrator.
D5.
Yeah, it's also in number 6.
Oh, okay,
Just letting you know.
okay,
So I highlighted both on my end, but it's in both, as per opinion wise.
okay,
So,
all right, thank you.
you're welcome.
Anyone else on local law 95?
Before we close this, I do have to say that after careful thought on what was stated by Ms. Campbell and Mr. Veeder, in the opinion of the zoning administrator, I think we need to give that one a second thought. Yeah, you hit a nerve with me. And I own antique vehicles myself, and I can appreciate the concern of some antique vehicle owners who have some vehicles that are worth a lot of money. I know mine are.
Anyone else?
Hearing none, I move that we close.
I second. And all in favor?
Aye.
And now we're going to move down to the other one, correct? With the grass? Is that correct? Right?
We already closed that one.
But
No,
do we want
yeah.
to move it up?
No, it's under old business as a discussion. What I wanted is, so, like, we can discuss what we just heard,
Okay.
so if we need to make any changes, so.
Sounds good.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
so our public hearings are closed, right? On to new business.
Really, we have to open the meeting.
Oh, sorry, open the meeting to the
So-
public. Yeah.
I'll make a motion to open the meeting to the public for new business and old business.
Second.
Agenda items only, one time only.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone want to speak on anything on the agenda that you're reading, you're more than welcome to get up and speak again. You guys choose it out. I don't.
Yeah, you guys can fight it out for the microphone.
It's me again. One question I had, you're gonna talk about the financial audit thing. I see their listing of the fees charged, and it says 28,000. It doesn't tell me, is that for the year, or is that, it doesn't outline that in the proposal.
I believe the prices for the audit are for an audit. And I don't think that's necessarily for a particular year, unless they have to do several years. I'm not sure. Right?
for
Is that
1 year.
correct?
It would be for last
It's for
year.
1 year, your last year.
Just for 2021,
Okay.
right?
It really should be stated in there, because they say they're gonna bill it monthly, and I did, at $28,000, that's $300,000 if it's monthly.
Yeah, that's not it.
I would put for a year in there. Agenda items, I think that's all I have for agenda items. I'll pick up the rest later.
Thank you.
I read these very quickly, but I do have a couple of comments. The proposed 23 town budget, is it on the town website? Because I couldn't find it.
Currently, it's just the supervisor's budget, and we have yet to discuss it, and we're gonna do some discussing of that tonight.
So we still don't have the budget
You don't
out
have that yet? No.
Okay.
That'll be soon.
Okay, all right.
We're almost there.
Okay. The 2021 financial audit, I have a couple questions, and I'm sorry, I'm probably living 7 years ago when I was here, but $28,000 for an audit? Could the board maybe give me some guidance as to what we've been paying previously in the 2021 budget? It seems like a lot of money, I'm just curious.
I'm gonna refer to our bookkeeper, who might know precisely what they charge you for, and give you an idea of what we have paid in the past. I know we've had someone for a long period of time, the same person over and over, and that has obviously changed. And most recently, we lost the last company that audited us because they merged with the company that is actually our accountant, so we have to find a new one. But what did Churchill charge? I don't have it off the top of my head.
Churchill is probably right around 20,000.
That's a lot, I mean, I'm thinking of audits back,
Right.
forth of that.
Right.
I
be-
remember when we did an RFP 2 years ago, roughly, I remember choking on those numbers then. So,
Okay.
yeah, it sounds about right, honestly, from the
Okay.
quotes that we got then. Mhm.
That's one thing. The one audit that I did look, or the one proposal that I did look at, there was some references to some towns. They looked more like Class A towns to me. So, to me, that was a high number. I just throw this out there. I mean, we're not a Class A town, and I didn't think that it warranted that price. The other thing, I saw appointing a groundskeeper full-time, and I did look at the resolution. And the resolution says that it should be effective 2006?
So, we had a gentleman who's been working here all along
Yep.
as full-time, and there was a oversight of some sort, not
Okay.
changing it over. This is really retroactive. Nothing changes for him, nothing changes for the town. It's just putting the right title on the right person.
I had a feeling that that's what you were gonna tell me,
Yep.
because when I read the resolution and it said 2006, I was wondering about that.
Yeah,
But,
so it's just a minor adjustment that we caught. Actually, our bookkeeper caught it and said we should fix this.
Good job. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Not hearing any, I move we close the meeting to the public.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Now, new business. Hiring of a new Assistant Recreation Director. And I'm going to turn it over to Sandra Coe.
Good evening. We were advertising for an assistant rec director. I'm re-advertising again because unfortunately, the person that was very qualified to take the position, it was not enough money. So she reneged. So we're back to the drawing board.
Thank you.
Okay.
So it's something that we, when we look at
Yep.
some of the budget, we need to take some of these things into consideration.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Anyone else on that? No, it's not open, that's right. All right. 2021 financial audit for the bookkeeper. So getting back to the piece that was just mentioned, we need an auditor, basically. So I believe we have putting out an RFP, correct?
Sorry, it's a professional service, so you don't need to do an RFP.
We don't.
But I think that you solicited some proposals, right?
I tried for 3 of them. One had flat out told me they no longer do municipal audits because there really isn't the money in it.
Really?
Wow, it's almost $30,000. There's no money in this.
Well,
I say that
Why
jokingly.
don't you go over here?
Yeah, you could go to, yeah.
Probably the best way to go.
Yeah, Melanie, I say that jokingly, unfortunately.
Like I spoke with one of the auditing firms, and what they get is $100 an hour, which isn't really as much as like attorneys get or actual, our CPAs and accountants don't even make that. They're estimating approximately the one auditor about 340 hours to do the audit. So you're talking like 34,000. I did talk to them about how clean our books are, and that I do use FileShare, so I can upload the documents to save money on travel time, so they don't actually have to be here. And I looked at some other cost-saving things that we could do. So these numbers are the most that they would be. Hopefully, they'll be less than the ones that they gave you. And just as a side note, Timothy Doyle, I believe he's one of the auditors, that he's actually going to be giving the presentation tomorrow at the seminar that I'm at. So it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say tomorrow, too. So they are very reputable ones that, I did. And like I said, one said that they don't do it anymore, and the other two seemed about equal, so.
Could you bring up the fact that, the thing that Carol Campbell just mentioned, whether it's, does it matter if it's a Class A town or not? That might not be
No,
a
I
big
don't-
question.
I
I don't
don't-
think it does, but
No, they didn't seem to. I mean, we broached the subject, but they just, is a municipal audit, is a municipal audit, so. But we are smaller than most, so we did take that into consideration, I believe, because he asked me how much. I gave both of them our last financial statement from 2020. I gave them the copy of the 2021 budget, or 2022 budget, so they knew exactly what they were looking at. I tried to keep it apples and apples, so that we got the proper, so they knew what our town was.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I recommend for us getting moving on this, if Melanie feels comfortable with some of the ones that she's speaking to tomorrow at this seminar, we go on her recommendation, if that's,
Either one is fine with me, whichever one you guys.
I see one price in here. Did we get the second price?
I think
Oh, you're getting
two,
that tomorrow,
We
right?
have two prices, or we,
No, I believe they were in the packet. Jennifer told
Yeah.
me that she got.
Oh, sorry,
There's
I'm
two
reading one
companies.
twice. I got it.
I apologize.
No, that was me.
they should be there.
So there, yeah, so if I'm reading this correctly, one is 29,500, and the other one is 28,000?
Like I said, they're real close, so.
One comes from Buffalo,
Yeah, no, I get
the
it.
other one's from Albany. That's the difference.
I guess my last question is, what do we budget this year for it?
I had an idea that it was going to be higher because we knew that second.
I gotcha.
So I believe on the auditing line,
I guess it's in here, right?
Should probably get it faster.
I bet you she could. Oh, I got it right here. Yeah, I got it right here. Budgeted modified as of September 1st, 2022? Yeah, we have the money in there. Yeah.
see the tentative budget.
Yep.
And that would be for our accounting fees and our auditor.
I got you. Yeah, the money, so, do we wait for the third price and then move on that after we get the third price?
The third price isn't gonna come in, like I said, they told me they weren't interested.
Oh, all right. So then, do we just make a motion to approve?
I would suggest we do a resolution at
Okay.
the
Yeah,
next
let's
meeting.
do it, we don't have to do it.
Okay.
And then they both
Okay.
had offered to come in and meet with you also, so, I know.
So,
At what cost?
well, here's what I was gonna say is, Melanie, if you're the one that's gonna be dealing with them, like, we'll never need to, whomever you're more comfortable with should be on the resolution, I think.
I say we wait for your recommendation after tomorrow.
I'll meet Mr. Doyle tomorrow.
All right, cool. Sweet.
Okay, so that brings us to the proposed 2023 budget, okay, and I hope you guys got all your, with you. If there's anything that you see that's jumping off the page at you that you want to make comments on, and we'll take some notes. And if you have questions, we have Melanie with us tonight. Melanie, you might want to probably stay right up there. I'm sure there'll be a question or two. It's a light crowd. I could see if this place was packed, you'd be nervous.
Yeah, no, it's very late.
It doesn't matter, I don't blame you for this.
All right, where,
Can we just go over the process to make sure we're all on the same page first of
Okay.
how, and maybe set up, talk about our meetings, and if we're making changes tonight, maybe decide on when we want to actually accept it and all that stuff before we do any of it?
So, the budget that you have right now is the supervisor's tentative budget. And then the next stage is to get to a preliminary budget, which is what the public hearing will be on. So if the town board wants to make changes, you can, and then that will form the preliminary budget on which you'll have the public hearing. Now, I know you want to have the public hearing on the 17th. The issue with that is how we're going to get to approving the preliminary budget in order to set the hearing.
Well, I mean, these are just some guidelines due to the fact that it is a little shortened, due
Yeah.
to the fact that it's due on a Sunday.
Right.
That puts us, that means it has to be finished and completed by the Friday and submitted, otherwise, because it's not gonna happen on a weekend. And so that brings us to the next public meeting. So that was kind of the idea Melanie and I decided was as a guideline. We could certainly call for a special meeting if you guys want.
I'm just wondering if we go through this tonight and we discuss and if there's any changes, we do the proper channels to change it. And then kind of what you suggested in the email is maybe we make the changes on this and then maybe hold a special meeting, maybe at the end of the week, just to finally formally accept your
Right.
budget as the preliminary budget and set the public hearing then. I don't know if everybody's in agreement that we can do a special meeting, maybe Friday or something. But I think it'll be a lot cleaner, and it'll be better for the public too, because then we'll have an actual document with all the changes.
I know where I am every single, during the day, but I think you have.
Well, all I was gonna say was what time Friday?
Well, before we decide on that, I just want to check, if they were to vote on Friday to set the public hearing, would that be enough time to
Advertise.
advertise it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so,
I thought, wasn't it already advertised, the public hearing was going to be on the 17th? No? Okay, all right, I thought, okay.
So, how many days we need, Mary Beth? 5? Right? So if we did it, what's today? Today's Monday.
If we did it next Monday, it would be okay.
Next Monday would be okay?
well, wait, so, hold on one second. So, if we did we're talking about special meeting and then we're talking about the public hearing, right? So if between the 7th and the 17th is not enough time, then the 10th to the 17th is not enough time, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
what I'm getting at is, if we have a meeting the 17th regardless, right? So, God,
So if we have another meeting on the Monday coming up,
the 10th?
the 10th, right? That's a week from today.
Well, can we not do Friday and give her the week, like, if we did it Friday and we approved the public hearing, could you get it into the paper for Monday, or no? That's
We can't do it Friday, because that doesn't give us enough time.
No, there's not ample time for her to advertise.
This
We
Friday?
can't do it any sooner than Monday.
Gotta do 5 days, you gotta have it.
Yeah.
Monday, 5 days.
So, let me just clarify the dates. So in order to have the hearing on the 17th, the notice has to be in the paper by the 12th. So when does it need to be sent to the paper in order?
If I send it tomorrow, it'll be on the 12th. It'll be in this paper.
Okay, but if you send it tomorrow, then they haven't approved the preliminary budget yet.
You're just,
So-
yeah, you're just,
If they had the meeting this Friday, the 7th,
you won't get in the paper on
it
time.
won't get, yeah.
So what if
It
we,
won't be in the paper on time.
Well, I think at this point, we just really want to be able to look it over and discuss it, right? Isn't that what we want to do? And we can make changes as we go, and add them to, just pick the notes as we go. And then any kind of change, if we all agree on the changes, then we can just do it at the same meeting, I would imagine, no?
Well, you need to have if you're gonna make changes, then the next version will be the preliminary budget.
Right.
And that needs to be available for people to review
Right.
before the public hearing. So if you make changes tonight, I mean, I think it would be preferable then to issue a new draft of the budget so that everyone can look at it and make sure those are the changes that they intended, and then vote on that you know, to go to the public hearing.
Is there enough time if you were to make changes and stuff tonight? Could we have a meeting on Monday night just to accept the changes, like by, if you advertise?
Monday's a
Monday's a
holiday.
Monday's a
holiday.
holiday, it's Columbus Day.
It's a holiday.
Yeah.
That's right.
And then Tuesday, Thursdays, we have court.
I mean, I guess,
Well, yeah, but you could do maybe a real quick meeting just to pass a resolution to make the changes, then I could draw up the preliminary.
I
We
mean, if-
have
if
done
you-
them during the day. I remember being at meetings like this.
Mm-hmm.
We did them during the day if that's a possibility for anybody.
Yeah,
I mean, what is it, going to Monday to accept the preliminary budget is even cutting it shorter for the 17th.
I'm just thinking, what if you decided, it's not really in order, though, to set the public hearing and then vote on the preliminary budget?
right, so
No.
what if we, well, but what if we
You
just
have
did
to
the
do
public hearing
preliminary.
not on the 17th? Right, like, that's what it's getting down to at this point, right? Like, we can't make the cutoff for the 17th to get the posting in time. So what other date would we pick that we can then vote on Friday? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if we come to a realization today, and we are then await Melanie's drafted changes, right? We approve those Friday, the next, would Monday, the 24th work? Is anything going on in this building? We've done that too many times.
As long as it's not a holiday. I think
It's
we're
not
good.
a holiday. I mean, it is in India, but it's not a holiday here.
How about,
I still have those on my calendar for my
how
father.
about moving the town board meeting from the 17th to the 24th?
Ooh,
And then
that's
doing
even-
it everything all together?
That's even a better
And
idea.
that'll give plenty of
I
time.
like that.
I like that idea
Just
better.
move everything all together, and I'll put it for advertisement.
Does that work for everybody?
So when is the
Yes.
special, when is the meeting that they're going to meet to do the resolution, to do the,
Friday.
This Friday?
this Friday?
It's still not gonna get in the paper in time for the special meeting
Well, if they have a special meeting this Friday,
on the 7th.
and then you need to advertise a public hearing for the
Right, well,
24th.
that'll be plenty of time. That'll
yeah,
be plenty
yeah.
of time.
What,
So we can have a special meeting this Friday.
It just will not be in the
What's
paper.
good for everybody?
the earlier the better, honestly.
If we're just accepting the
The-
new budget, whatever we come up with tonight, then
Well, you have to pass the resolution, yeah.
well, I don't think there's, I mean, I think
No.
that was the confusion that we were discussing, was that, I don't know if there and maybe you want to jump in on this, is that we're going to go, through whatever we all have concerns about, and we'll make motions and whatnot and properly vote to change them in here. And the idea is that between now and Friday, those changes would be adjusted, this would be resent out, and then Friday would basically be us coming in and accepting this new supervisor's budget and making it the preliminary, basically?
Yeah,
Right, and that way it would get out to the public at that point.
exactly.
And then they'd have
Exactly.
enough time by the 24th to view our actual budget.
No, any changes made to the supervisor's budget has to be in writing by resolution.
Right, so that's what'll happen on Friday.
Right, that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. So
Yeah.
Friday, you would have to pass a resolution.
Right.
Yeah.
But if I have an idea of what it all is tonight, then I
Yeah.
can change it, you guys
Well, that's
pass
what we're
it.
gonna give,
That's what we're
gonna
doing,
go
yeah.
through and
It's a
basically.
preliminary,
yeah.
right. So I'm just saying that we do need to do a resolution for any changes made tonight.
Okay,
Okay.
we have that. So Friday, special meeting.
Okay, and Friday, what time? Earlier the better, I
Eight?
heard Frank say.
I'm up every morning at 5 o'clock.
Early morning.
Can we,
Okay, so just remember
My
you have the
daughters wanna
seniors here
take
on
me hiking
Friday.
for
yeah, so we have
afternoon.
seniors
So we'll be in
starting.
the courtroom.
So can we do 8? Just,
can
and
do
we'll be in and out, I mean, if we're just approving this to get it out in
Yep.
the public hands, that's the purpose of this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the time matters so much, that way they just get to see the budget earlier. So if we could do 8, that way it doesn't affect really
8
anyone's
a.m.?
workday.
It's fine with me.
I'm good.
No, you're awake.
Works for me.
I'm sorry, Mary. I know 8 o'clock's a
I
little
know
early
you're
for some,
awake.
but
Emily, does that work for you?
I don't know if you need me to. be
I don't think
here.
if we're
I'll
just,
prepare the resolution.
I was saying, if we have everything
beforehand.
prepared, I
All
think
right,
it's
as
gonna
long as
be
you
straight-
prepare the
straightforward,
I
right?
can come if you need me to, but.
All right, so just for organizational purposes, I'll make a motion that we hold a special meeting this Friday, October 7th at 8 a.m. for the purpose of approving,
Hey, folks,
Carol.
Carol.
Thank you.
For the purpose of approving the budget.
Frankie, I'm
I
sorry.
second it.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So
So now
we'll-
we're gonna move
So we're gonna make our changes.
Now you're gonna.
Now we're
So
gonna
now we
make
have
our
to go
changes.
through the
Now you're
budget.
gonna
We're
move
gonna
to
go
your
through
town
this.
board
So
meeting.
not changing the date of the regular.
Oh, let's make
Yes.
that change. I'll make a
We have
motion.
to make that change.
I'll make a motion that we change the date of the October board meeting from October 17th to October 24th, same time, same channel.
And that'll be a public hearing, correct?
And that'll also be our public hearing for the budget, but we're really gonna set that Friday,
But we-
right?
But we're shooting for the 24th for the public hearing.
And the board
You
meeting.
can set it to-
Right,
You're
but
not
we're
setting the public
Friday.
hearing right now.
You
We're
can
setting the
set
public
it
hearing
now.
on Friday.
Well, you shouldn't set the public hearing
No, no,
until
we're
you have the
setting it this
preliminary
Friday because
budget.
we'll have the budget.
Yeah.
Well,
So it's just changing.
Okay,
you're just changing.
Yeah, we're just changing the board meeting at this point from the 17th to the 24th.
okay.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
So that'll allow you then to adopt the budget if you are prepared to at the first meeting in November, which is good because that's the only meeting before
Right.
The
the
deadline.
deadline.
Which
And
that would be
then
perfect.
then we're on target.
Right,
Yeah, that'd be
exactly.
perfect.
Excellent.
Sweet.
Now, the fun begins. Mm-hmm. Friday.
Are we gonna go through this in order?
Well, I would suggest, yes.
Well, so, but is everyone's in the same order?
They all should be exactly the same.
Okay, cool.
So we've had it for a little bit, so if anyone has anything that you have circled, well, let's take it right. Anything,
You want a copy of it? I got you.
So we're,
Okay, legislative board, any
there
changes?
you go.
Yeah, well, hold
So-
on, I gotta get Mary a copy.
No, I thought I
She thought she had her copy, but
Oh, do you want me to go run mine off?
I'm just gonna run it through the machine.
Okay.
thank you, Frank. That was not sent to us by email, right?
no, you got it stamped in by the clerk. And you have it, you should have it in your,
That's why I don't have it. Okay. All right.
that's why I'm not, I didn't, that's why.
I only wish.
Do you, while we're waiting,
Well, we're just gonna, go you first.
do you want me to, the conversation we had, should I have that conversation, like bring up my concerns with the entire board, or?
No, let's go through this, let's get some of this
Okay.
done, and if it comes up where it's part of, the conversation, we can go from there. I just have one question, Melanie, this figure here from the fire district,
Yes.
that's the one we had put in, but I saw a different figure, right?
I'm sorry?
Didn't we get a different figure today?
Yes, we did today. We got a new proposed figure. It's about $100,000 more.
Correct.
It won't affect our budget because it just simply comes in and goes right back out. It's not anything that's calculated on our budget, just like the library.
Like the
We bring the money in, we hand it out.
And do you have the actual figure, so I can put it in here?
Not with me, no, I didn't put it down. I don't, actually, no, I do have it. Okay, this is their proposed budget, so it hasn't been approved or anything like that, is $1,837,650.
Thank you. Do you want to start, like, general highway, just, these are
No,
the
let's
other things,
start
or-
with an order, I guess. I think legislative board is the first one
Yeah,
up.
she's just going through these
Can I
sheets.
go to those?
Yeah.
I thought that might be easier
Yep,
for
that's
fine.
everybody.
Yep.
I just had a question about miscellaneous. Just because we didn't have this conversation, this wasn't one of the meetings we had when we went into this. What typically comes out of that? Like, what do we usually use that for?
Your nameplates,
Okay,
any kind of things that the board might need, business cards.
Okay.
Letterhead,
makes sense.
that kind of stuff.
Little things.
Okay, we done with legislative?
Is anybody seeing anything that you want to circle or make
Well,
note?
so we moved Jen somewhere else in the budget, I'm assuming, right? Okay, so then, no, I'm good on this one.
Municipal court?
Oh, we're almost done.
I'm going to try and keep this moving. Municipal court?
Hold on one second.
So I'll start with equipment, line 200. The budget for this year was 1,000. They requested 2,000. We have it as 1,500. Year-to-date, they've only spent $313. Do they typically use the full $1,000 that's in there? And I'm guessing that's robes and nameplates and same thing.
No, with the equipment, that's like their scanners, fax machines, printers, that kind of stuff. And usually the Justice Department has helped them out a lot, the JCAPS, for
Okay.
getting some of their equipment. But I know, I think one of the judges needed a new laptop, so that might come out of there. I'm not sure if the Justice Court will pick that up or not, because we have a new judge starting. So, I mean, I
Okay.
don't want to answer for the supervisor,
no,
but I'm
you-
thinking
we-
that kind of put that in there just in case,
Gotcha.
because we're never sure what JCAP's going to pay for and what they're not.
Okay.
We'll point out that we split out the interpreters line because that seems to
Right.
be quite a expense lately.
And it's gonna go
We seem
higher.
to be having more and more people that need help with the English language coming to court.
Right.
These?
Anyone else?
And then 413, schools and conferences. I know both of our judges are new. It's 1,500, they asked for 25, we've upped it by the $1,000. Is that, they have plans to do a bunch of
Yeah.
schooling, or?
Judge Fairley had indicated that he's going in, I believe this month, he's going on some conference for the judicial, because he's newer. I know Yvette wanted to go for one down in New York City. She's asked for in February of next year or something like that. So there were a couple things that they were talking about.
Okay.
Again, John,
And again,
please,
no,
if
no,
I'm not,
Listen, first, everyone understand that Melanie and I have both gone over each and every one of these lines already, so she really has a lot of the answers.
I'm
as
sure
to
you
why.
understand this more than anybody, so.
well, I just don't want to speak out of turn.
No, you're not speaking out of turn.
Okay.
But like, so you have the answers to why these things are, and one of the other things is, we also have to consider the possibility of one of our clerks retiring at one point. We don't know when that will ever be, and that's fine. So that's kind of built in there, and Yvette would probably be the senior person at that time, so everything that she can learn is even better. Anyone else on municipal court?
Yeah, so I'm having an issue with the increase for the judicial salaries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I originally, so I had come up with some numbers on my own on my computer here, and I had originally put it down as $26,251 per judge, just out of spite, out of the huge increase that they were asking for. But I honestly, look, we're elected to do this job, we're not elected to make money off of it. I don't think that those numbers should increase.
So I think looking at the salaries of all the elected officials, we've all accepted the fact that we're not taking any increase except for one department to get them back in line of where they were previous to a prior board. And the fact that I'm excited about both of these justices, but they're both in their first year, and also we didn't have an issue finding applicants to apply for this. So I think it's a sought-after job. And I personally don't see why, we need to be giving an increase in those lines this year. So I kind of agree with you.
I do agree with, though.
Well, let me just
Okay,
point
go ahead.
out, we are the fourth largest court, and we do generate a lot of revenue based on that court. That's number one. In relation to other courts and judges, we are probably, I'd say, what, mid-range as far as what we offer them? We're not on the top end, we're not on the bottom, but we're,
Yeah, I'm not sure, I've never
Yeah.
done a,
I mean,
comparison
yeah.
of the judges
I mean,
or
we're talking
anything. I don't-
4%.
Yeah, I understand.
It's not a major jump, and they have been asking, I mean, I remember being on this board and having, the Honorable Sears and Vasti both asking for significant raises and never really got them. I always go on the fact that you really want to, put a price on the position themselves as opposed to persons, so that's my kind of thing, so not so much whether they're here longer or that kind of thing.
I completely agree that this has nothing to do with either one of them as a person. It's just the fact that I don't really agree with that mentality of it's the fourth busiest court and whatnot. If there wasn't a demand for people to hold that position, we wouldn't have the applicants that we had to fulfill that position. And let's be honest, they're elected positions, so just as I knew how much, I'm not doing this for the money, I'm doing this because it's important to me to possibly make change in our town. So, yeah, it's a job, but they also understood what they were signing up for. Just with and I don't think I would be harping on this as much, but the fact that, I mean, the budget that was presented to us is a significant increase from last year's budget. So I really think that in the times that we're living in, we kind of have to really think about some of this stuff. And I personally don't think this is the year where all of a sudden we give these two elected officials an increase. So I agree with Councilman Mazzella.
Well, for myself, I don't think that 4% would showcase, it's another $1,050 a year for judges that, you know, as board members, okay, we have our duties, but we don't get dragged out of bed at 3 a.m. to do an arraignment. They do, among other things. And
But
they put in an
They
awful
go
lot of
into the
time.
job understanding that.
True,
So-
but there are just, I would just say there's just certain increases just based on, you know, you should bring them up to speed for just the cost of living's sort of,
Well, I agree with that as well, but if that's the case, then we need to have an honest conversation about talking about all of the employees and all of the elected
well,
officials then,
that's gonna
because,
come up as we go through this. I mean, you're gonna see that it's basically the same thing. So you
Okay.
don't see any increase at all? You don't want any increase at all for the judges?
I mean, the fact that they're both in their first year and they both signed up for this year, it would be like me asking for a 4% increase. I don't think that would be right.
I do, well, what I was trying to say, though, is I do agree with the increase for everyone else, for the constables, as well as for Yvette and Pat.
So should Emily prepare a resolution for that, or?
So do we want, if you want to do it, I think you need a motion and a
Yeah, so I'll
second.
make, yes, all right, so I'll make a motion that we change for the tentative amounts, let's say, the two judicial positions to 26,250 annually.
Say that again, to
26,250, so leaving them originally what they were budgeted for this year.
26,250.
Yep.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, so then
Just to
we're
be
So-
clear
so,
on the
hold one second,
resolution.
Hold on. You're making a motion to have a resolution, we didn't vote 5-0, because I disagree with that, so I'd like to be
Me
on the
too.
record that I don't agree with that. So the resolution is when we'll actually vote for the,
Or are we voting to change it now? It's, I guess we're looking for clarification.
So I was envisioning that you would go through and vote on changes that you want by motion, and then
Right.
we would compile them all into one new document that says preliminary budget, and it has the new numbers in it, and that's what the resolution would be for on Friday.
Right, last year, we had done a resolution, if you recall, to reduce the revenue for the planning and zoning, and that was the same thing, everybody had agreed, or, 3/5 had agreed to reduce the revenue, and then a resolution was passed, and we did the preliminary from that.
But I think that, you'll have a record of the vote tonight, who voted on each motion.
okay, so let's.
So let's
redo
roll
that
call,
one
let's
again.
roll
Yes,
call all
roll
these.
call.
Let's
Yeah,
roll
because I
call
think
these.
it's important that it's all documented.
Yeah, me too.
'Cause
Unless you prefer to have, a series of resolutions.
No, I think we'll just,
But
it
I
makes
We
sense.
don't have to do that, but we should, it should be on the record who
Yeah.
said
Yep.
what and what,
Yep,
okay? So
All
let's
right.
roll call that last one if we can.
yes.
Councilwoman Albrecht.
Yay.
Councilman Mazzella.
Aye. Same thing.
Councilman O'Hanlon.
Nay.
Councilman Reifenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Del Vecchio.
Nay.
Motion carries.
Are we done on that page?
Yeah, I think we're done on that page, right?
All right, supervisor's line.
Okay. So I want to just take, there's an interesting bull by the horns that I'm going to talk about for a second on this page. I long talked about with Mary, and I even talked about with the prior supervisor, about lowering the medical insurance buyout. It's a percentage, I believe. It's an astronomical figure. I understand that we're saving money if somebody doesn't take our insurance. But, I mean, the company I work for doesn't offer a medical buyout because we don't accept the insurance. So I'm not saying get rid of it, I'm saying we should change it to just a flat number. That's up for a lot of discussion here, but I think that, if you see the number for the tentative amounts we're budgeting for, you'll understand what I'm getting at.
Well, can I just ask, what the jump from this year's to, I'm sure there's an explanation, but,
There's two of us are getting a medical buyout right now. There's myself and Supervisor Del Vecchio gets a
That's
buyout
good.
for the insurance. But I'd like-
gotcha.
I'd
Was
like
it
s-
moved into this one and it was somewhere else, or?
Well, no, Frank Szynski didn't have a medical buyout.
He took the actual insurance, correct?
No, his wife did, so that's why he wasn't entitled
Yeah.
to double
Right.
dip. So, but I do want to point out that it's in the union contract, so you can't change it for union employees.
I got you, I got
okay?
you.
It would just be for the general.
I understood.
And can you please just mention how much it would actually be if we took the insurance, how much?
Yeah, I have that in writing here. It would be
It's
astronomical
like
if we actually took
20,
it.
30-something thousand. Yeah, it's a lot of money. So I have questions on, is this, so
Go
in.
with a number. Let's go with a
Well,
number.
I'm under the supervisor, so let's go to secretary to the supervisor. If
What
we,
number, where are we?
what, one,
100?
two, three, four, under 100, the fourth line down, third line down. In the pinkish column, is that the proposed salary and the number of hours proposed annually, is my question.
Yeah, it's 1911
Okay,
for 30 hours.
okay.
30 hours part-time, right?
Right, so, but that, I'm reading
It
that
adds up,
correctly, it's
yeah.
1911 at 30 hours a week, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
just making
equals
sure.
that tentative number.
Yeah, okay, just making sure.
While you're looking for that, 201, the equipment I'm just curious, it was 1,000, it's at 2,000 now. $380 has been spent so far this year. Is there plans for that line, or?
I believe we have, what was it that we wanted to get there? Is, not a scanner, what do you call it?
Yeah, it's a scanner, copier, and everything
Printer,
like that, but
printer.
that falls under another contract with everybody's contracts here. I don't recall what we did. I think we were thinking about the scanner if we, but that falls under the other one. The 2,000, I'm not sure what we were discussing with that. I'm thinking that it had to do with, like, chairs, those floor mats. My floor mat got destroyed. I took it up and just threw it out. But they're expensive. They're like $60 a piece, $70 a piece for the floor mat, so I'm not using one right now. Just different things like that.
Okay,
Was there stuff, didn't Jennifer want something in your office?
Yeah, I think it was that scanner thing that you're
That
talking
scanner
about.
thing, and a fax machine,
Right.
and, the laptop. She wanted a laptop.
Right.
That's right, she wanted a laptop. I knew there was a big dollar item.
all right, so that's what the 2,000 is for?
Correct.
All right, and then the schools and conferences, 413, $4,200. What does that normally cover?
It usually covers for the things, something you would go to, or any one of the board members.
Yeah,
would
but we
go
have
to.
another, under the town board one, we have,
Oh, that's for the supervisor? I'm sorry, excuse me.
No, you're
That's, like some of the seminars that I go to and stuff,
Yeah.
like I'm going to one
Right.
tomorrow.
gotcha, so that's you as well. You fall
Right.
under this one, okay.
Right, and if Jennifer winds up going to any or anything like that. I have my health insurance one, if you wanted to get back to that one.
Sure.
Copies for everybody. Family plan, right now, if somebody was to take it, would be $34,163.40. So that's how much it would cost us annually for
Family.
somebody to take it. So, I mean, it's up to you whether it's worth the buyout, not to have someone take it.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is, it just seems like a large number. I understand that they're saving. What?
Oh, it's large.
No, and I get that,
Either
but
way.
here's what I'm gonna say, though, is that's always the bonus for the employer. Like, you don't take the insurance, like, that's the bonus for the employer. What I'm getting at is, just
Right.
because we offer insurance doesn't mean we then should offer that money to somebody, in terms of payout. What I'm saying is, we should lower it to a flat fee.
Well, the buyout winds up being about $8,500 a year for the person that doesn't take the family cover. So they get $8,500 versus the town paying out $34,163.
How many, I was gonna ask you a question I know you don't have the answer to, so I'm not even gonna ask it. I'll figure that out as we go through this. I was gonna see, do you know how many people take the buyout, is my question.
Yes, I
but
do.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah. Right now, there are, for the general fund, there are 2 people that take the family buyout and 1 that takes the double buyout, meaning that it's just he and a spouse.
Yep. Okay. And that's not inclusive of highway, correct?
Yeah, that doesn't include highway.
Okay.
Highway,
I-
we only have 1 gentleman up at highway that takes the family buyout.
Okay.
So it's not a large.
It's smaller than I anticipated, I think. It just seems large on this sheet of paper. I mean, for the 2 people. in
Well,
this
because
office. I get
the
it.
health insurance is going up
Oh,
approximately
no,
12%.
I just got our increases, I get it.
I know, I'm sorry, but, yeah, so that's what we based it on, because we won't actually know the real number until sometime in November.
Right.
421 cell phone, I forget, do you have a cell phone?
I do not, I
You
use
don't.
my personal.
Okay.
But John
I
got
do.
one.
So, $1,200 a month,
A
a
year.
year, is $100 a month for a cell phone for the supervisor. To me, that seems fairly high, if you just need to be talking and texting people, so Do we know how much the cell phone bill actually is a month?
I think that will come down. We just got John the phone, about a week ago or so?
Yeah.
And
About a week or so.
it's definitely down lower than that.
Okay, and I know I'm nitpicking here on things, but we all know that we have a issue with over budgeting, and we're asking for a raise of 12.5%, so I'm trying to find things that we can bring this down.
Well, we're not asking for a raise of 12.5%.
No, it's 5.78, I think.
With the fund balance in there, we were increasing the operating budget by that amount. So I'm looking for
That's
way.
okay, works.
What?
No, go ahead, never mind. Keep going.
So really quick, I'll go over the numbers just so we're all on the same page. So in 2022, the operating budget that we're using right now is $4.77 million. This town budget between highway and general is $5.368 million. So it's an increase of 12.4%, which is $590,000 more. So yes, it's 5.78% at the end, but that's with using $620,000 of fund balance. So I'm not okay increasing the budget by 12.5%. So I think we need to take the time and figure out where we have extra money in this budget to cut back, because I think that's our job, and if it takes us all night to do it, we'll do it. But
That's
don't,
fine, that's great.
but don't sit here and say that the budget's not increased more than
It is
5.
increased, and there are way more places to go. If you wait and take your time, like I asked, that we'll go through this, you'll see where a lot of these increases are and why. Okay?
I understand
And
that.
I get saving off of a cell phone, which we don't really actually have the bill yet, is not gonna make that much of a difference. But I get your point, that's fine.
So
I
do we
just thought you'd
want
wanna
to,
make that a little bit later on after you saw everything.
so do we want to bring that down?
Well, it was to buy a phone, which I guess was the initial reason why it was high. I don't know what the bill is yet, because we have yet to receive it.
We wound up getting the phone for free.
We did? Oh,
Yes.
well, there you go, so we can take that down, I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
yeah, we were
That's
able to
fine.
get the phone for free with the package, because I didn't get you the newest and greatest one. You got
Well,
an old phone,
Okay,
You got the flip phone.
just to
You got the
step up
brick.
from the flip phone. But yeah, no, you could definitely, probably, I don't know, I'm gonna guess the bill is gonna be about $30, $40 a month, maybe?
So let's even say 50.
Let's say
We're
50.
talking $600.
Okay.
We can cut this line in half. I know it doesn't sound like much, but
Yeah, no, I get
there's
you.
no reason to be taking an extra $600. So I'll make a motion that we change line 421 cell phone from $1,200 to $600.
I'll second that.
all in favor, I'm sorry.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye, that's fine, I didn't know the bill.
Can we talk about, so I know we talked about, let's talk about the secretary to the supervisor. I know we've talked about using her in different areas of town hall for different timeframes. Is that reflected in here, or is that later, or is that just, I'm trying not to say too much. We've talked about this. This may be an executive session comment.
It probably.
Probably is. All right, so let's
Yeah,
reserve.
Let me just answer it this way. No, her salary is just in this line.
Okay.
She has not been
You
divided
answered-
out into any other lines.
You answered my question. We should finish the rest of that in
There
executive
you go.
session.
Are we done with this page?
Yeah, I am.
Everybody?
Okay, tax collector?
Nothing?
Hold on.
I'll say I like that you put in that the deputy tax collector will now be from there, but we took it from one of the other lines somewhere else, so it makes a lot of sense.
Anyone else?
No, this is an easy one.
I think they like that one.
Yeah, that's an easy
Yay.
one.
Okay. Should we move on to the assessor?
Yeah. Oh, hold on. I gotta find my notes on this one.
You don't have it?
No, it's, tax collection. Oh,
It's right after tax collection.
Okay. All right, so our assessor, we put no stipulation in here for number of hours per week, nothing. Can we, and does that hold any weight, is my question to Emily.
I think Brooke had addressed that at some point, wasn't she, with the assessor?
I don't really know or remember. So my question
okay.
is, the assessor, right? So everyone else has like roughly how many hours per week they work and a dollar figure. I'm not necessarily worried about the dollar figure in this, but my question is, can we stipulate via the budget what that salary number is based off of a number of hours? Does my question make sense? I want to pinpoint, like, I would love to put a number of hours per week behind the salary so we know what to expect as a board. Does that make sense? Because there's literally, I mean, like, I understand what he is working, but there's nothing that has that in detail. And everyone else is just spelled out in the budget like this, whether they're full-time, part-time, whatnot, so.
I think that was based on like resolutions when people were hired, and as we know with Garth, that didn't really,
And-
it wasn't spelled out in the resolution when he was hired.
So
Well, I'd want to look at those
Okay.
background.
Yeah.
okay, so that's okay. Okay.
I'm sure you have the answer to this one. OCS back charges, and I think I already asked at the meeting, that comes towards the end of this year? That's why there's nothing in there?
Yeah, that's usually in
Okay.
November, yeah,
Awesome.
so we're not gonna have them right away, but I have the explanation of them and stuff if you need those.
No, I think you covered, I had forgotten that it was
Yeah,
there.
They're usually in November.
And this happened, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years ago. There was a separate position, which was the data collector. It got rolled into the assessor line, which is fine. It is what it is. But part of that was that there was going to be more field stuff. And I saw that we took the travel mileage tentative amount out, and I get it because he never asks for mileage. I guess my question is that, let's say he leaves tomorrow. Is it, I guess, previous to our current assessor, was that something that people used?
I'm sorry, Michael,
was
that was,
prior,
it was
yeah,
prior to me,
okay.
yeah.
How about the camera we bought?
I don't know if she knows that, I don't know if she would know if he used it or not, if that's your question.
Yeah, I mean,
So, well,
I don't know
this is
whether he
leading
uses
into a conversation that we should,
Right.
We probably should
some
have
of
that
which we should
somewhere.
have in
I think-
executive session.
Right, and I
gonna-
think maybe meet with him.
Well, I'm gonna make a motion that we change something on this page, but I wanna talk about it first. So, until we could figure out a time, how many hours per week, I mean, as of right now, from what my knowledge is, the assessor is working 2 days a week. I can't see giving him any increase, so I would make a motion that we change that to just $45,000, flat, and leave it alone. I mean, seems like a lot for 2 days, but that's another story for another day.
I agree with that,
So is that a second?
yes.
Okay.
Can we have a quick discussion?
Yeah?
So,
The-
no, this isn't going to be anything that, yeah.
No?
Nope, you sure?
I think we should really take this one into executive session because
Well, we
there are
can't,
things behind that.
the budget number is a budget number, we can't do that. So I'm making the motion in public because that's what we have to do for this. We could talk about everything else in executive session.
Can I ask the attorney something really quick? So if we vote against Frank's motion, does that still allow us to go into executive session later, discuss this, and we can come out and make the exact same motion again and pass it if we have a different discussion in executive session?
I would suggest if you want to discuss it, don't vote no.
So
Table
here's
it.
what I'm gonna say is, we had this happen with Rich Olson here, and you have to be in the winning side of the vote to bring it back up. So if you lost, you can't make motion to go back into that motion. So you could motion to table this if you want.
Yeah, I make a motion that we table your motion
Okay.
until after executive
There
session.
you go.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then will I find out, I guess, afterwards?
Yep, we'll have to make that vote in public, because it's a budgetary number, so.
Okay, and it's just on that one item, or is it on the whole budget sheet?
Just on the assessor.
That was, the only question I had was on that one item.
Okay, so the assessor's all okay then, other than that? Okay, so we're moving on to town clerk.
The only one I had, and I'm sure there's an explanation, is the equipment. It was budgeted for 800. We're keeping that for 800, but year-to-date is the 1599. I'm guessing that's the new computer in there?
It could be, it could be,
Okay.
I don't know off
I
the
just want to
top
make
of
sure
my
that we're
head.
budgeting enough, if it was a one-off thing, that, or if it's a continuous thing, that.
Yeah, no, because she just bought the computer in there, and the $800, just in case she needs any other kind of miscellaneous
Yeah.
equipment in there, maybe new chairs again.
Yeah. I was just making sure we were putting enough, because year-to-date, she has almost $1,600 that she's used, so
Right.
I was just making sure that we
Yeah.
had enough in that one, so.
Anybody else? Move on.
No, no, I think we're
Well,
good.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Can I
No.
just say something, or just keep moving on? I just wanted to say, I think Mary Beth does a great job, and I think she deserves a little bit of a raise. Just even if it was like, I don't know, whatever percentage you guys felt, but I just wanted to share that. So, whatever you want to do.
Thank you, Melanie.
Thanks, Mel.
Anyone else?
Not on that one.
Are we gonna go over the attorney and engineer before going to records management?
Whichever way you guys want to do it, sure.
Just because it's the next one on the list, but we don't have like a worksheet for that.
Oh,
So I don't
okay.
want us to miss it. It's
Right.
on the actual budget itself,
Yes.
but we don't have like worksheets for it, so I want to make sure we actually, make sure we
Oh,
look
I
at
got
it, you know what I mean?
Okay. You don't? Oh, okay. I guess we don't.
John, you see it? Do you have the budget? Yeah.
I do.
What's the, Mike, what's the line number?
It's right
The
after
code.
the clerk. It's, it doesn't have a, it's 1420.
Oh, in the front.
Yeah, yeah, it's on the, just on the.
Oh,
first page.
1420. I got you. I see it.
Oh,
Okay, got it.
Yep.
it was right in front of me.
Yep, me too.
Here. Yeah.
So we're on engineering and attorneys.
It's on page 3.
They don't have copies of it at all.
because
They don't have it yet because it's not public yet.
It's
Never
not
mind.
public yet.
Scratch that.
All right, so Mike, go ahead. You seem to have questions.
No, I was curious, this year's budget's 130,000, we've used, let's just say 51,000 so far up to now. And,
Just letting you know, the budget was done way back.
no, I know, I'm not,
I'm so
believe me,
sorry.
I'm
Yeah, no,
not, I'm not judging anybody on, I'm just saying is
No, I'm
that,
just trying to point
Now,
out that even
I'm-
though it says September, it was really using August's numbers, and now we're,
I get it, but
so it's budgeted now for 166,000. 2021's actual full year was 82,000, so I'm just curious, where did we get the increase?
Well, we're using 6 attorneys a night.
No, I get
That's the
that,
start, to be honest. I mean, it's,
but our total's still only 51,000 year to date.
what I'm getting at is I think we could change that number slightly just to use it elsewhere in the budget. So do we make a motion to make it 110? I don't want to cut our nose to spite our face because we didn't really use, if we look at last year versus this year, I don't think we use David Wise as much as we're using Brooks, so there's a difference in billing there.
No,
So,
Right, and my
there's other
understand-
attorney factors.
Yeah,
I
so
think
that's what I'm
right,
saying.
my
take into
understanding is that she's
consideration.
doing some extra work with the board that's going to cost a little bit more this year, was my understanding.
well, that's
That's-
what I'm getting at. Why don't we leave it at 110? I think that's more than for next year. We still have money to play with for this year.
And we still have big items that we need to have
We're
worked
gonna-
on
we're
for
gonna
next
have-
year.
No, I understand that, but don't forget that if we're, so like, This is the attorney to the town board, right? Like, if we're talking, we need legal to look at stuff because we're gonna build a building somewhere, that's all built into that project. This is specifically for our functionality and our meetings and all that
that's
stuff.
right.
Yes, so
I'm
this should
sorry.
be I make a
You're
motion,
right.
we change this to 110,000.
Yeah.
I understand that projects are projects, but those
Yeah.
can be built into those projects,
You're
so
right. You are absolutely right.
I need a second
I
though.
forgot. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I mean, that saves us,
110,
50,
right?
that saves us $56,000.
I forgot about to go into a specific.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So do we also modify the engineers?
Well, my question for that was, like, later in tonight, we're making a separate bank account to cover, because like, I'm going, okay, well, the town hall and all this other stuff, the water stuff, is that stuff that should not be coming out of this line item anymore after we create the separate account tonight, right? So like,
think so.
we shouldn't be bumping this up because we have these two big projects going on, because they're gonna be coming out of something else, or?
The town hall project, yeah, has its own separate capital account and,
Right, but it still
engineering
needs a budget.
will be charged to that. But, as far as the water district, I mean, until you actually form the district, I think that those charges would still be part of the, does that sound right to you, Melanie?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So
That's
do we,
correct.
As it is now.
Right, because we don't have a capital project for the water district,
Right.
where we
so-
do have one for the new town hall.
so do we tentatively, like, I know that this seems like an ambiguous process if we're just throwing numbers out there, but does $100,000 sit better with everybody, knowing how much we've spent, where we are for the year?
Is this,
and-
this is actual, these
This is a
things that
couple
you-
months old, but it's a month old, but it's,
Yeah.
It's about a
it's
month old.
actual to
Okay.
last month.
Okay.
So, I would say, I make a motion, we change the engineers, from 125 to 100,000.
Second,
100,000?
100 even, yes.
second,
All in favor?
Aye.
aye.
Okay. Now we go to records management on this page? Okay,
Go back, right?
yeah, I get why, I get.
Okay.
Okay. This is 14. Me, someone's walking in my fucking yard.
Anyone?
Not for me.
All right, do we move on then?
Yep.
No questions?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, Great.
we're talking a whole $1,300 on the entire page there, it's, yeah,
All right, shared services.
okay. I wanted to talk about to the town board about an idea that I've talked to Michael about, I think. I know that, our groundskeepers really do a lot for building as well as for Sandy, but they do a lot they would do more for the building side than they do for Sandy, let's put it that way. I do think, though, that there is some validity to moving Jason into Sandy's budget, to have him report directly to her, to have him help her do whatever he needs maintenance-wise first, and then the town second. And Tom and Matt would be the opposite. They would be town first, and then rec second when Jason needs a hand. Does that make sense to everybody?
So basically, you're saying take Jason,
Out of this
And
budget and put it into Sandy's
keep it the
budget.
same numbers, just take it and put it under recreation budget page.
So
Personal
let me, that's
That's what
nice.
he's trying to say?
I know, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Let me just give you a reason why that might not work at present time or in the near future, because, again, we're looking at someone who may be retiring, and Jason has been working directly underneath that person and learning and going, he's learning a lot of things about this building, and maybe down the line, maybe something like that can happen with whoever we replace, when we move people up. But I think,
Well, I think we could still do
now,
that, John.
well,
Honestly, you do that, and then if something goes on, you switch somebody around, but you still have that item on the, under parks.
yeah, but, I mean, it doesn't really matter where you take it. I mean, it's coming out of the total same budget, it's the same, just moving money. I'm just, you know, I would like to keep him under the same place where he is now, because he's learning still. And we're just about to move him to the full-time position, or.
Or 25 hours a
from-
week, yeah.
Well, not 20 full-time.
Temporary
but,
to part-time.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'm trying to juggle the fact that.
And I think, let me finish if I can. I think we've addressed a lot of the needs and issues. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sandy, for this year. I think it's moved pretty smooth.
So, one of the things I hear over and over again is how we don't maintain, or things aren't getting maintained in our parks, and people complain that we're investing in new stuff, but we're not maintaining what we have. And for me, just as an outside person watching, is if you look at any other town has maintenance employees that report directly to the rec director to actually go out and specifically do those things. So the fact that we don't have anybody that actually reports to our rec director to go out and maintain any of this stuff, I'm actually surprised that nobody reports to her to do this. And I understand how this works right now, is they come to, I believe it's the supervisor at this point, and things get divvied out. But to Councilman Mazzella's point is, I mean, in every other town, there would not be 3 people just reporting to the supervisor to then say, hey, go talk to the rec director. And I'm not saying that you're not getting things done and it's not working. I just think that it probably makes more sense to give at least one of these 3 people, even if it was Jason down the line coming back and filling whoever retires spot, but at least the line item
Right.
and that position, we would then fill for making sure that whatever needs to be done in the rec and the parks gets done. I think it's I mean, we've been hearing it over and over and over again, so we have to do something about it, and if we just keep doing the same thing, it's not gonna
It's
fix
not gonna
itself.
So just for some clarification, if you will, the town of Dover, I believe, has 3 Parks and Rec maintenance guys, that 2 of them work in the winter. They're shared half with Rec and half with Highway. Not dissimilar to how Tom and Matt used to be, albeit I think that was running into some issues here. But what I'm saying is, she has 3. The town hall has 1 part-time guy. So I think that, I don't know. I mean, like, maybe that because we have an older building, we need more guys here. I'm not trying to tell anybody what their job is, but I think that Sandy does need some help. I think we move Jason to her budget. I'll make a motion. We move Jason to Sandy's budget.
I'll second that. I completely agree.
Well,
I disagree. We'll
Just-
roll call it.
well, hold on, can we have a discussion quick?
Go ahead.
So I just want to make sure what you're saying is move it under the 70-20,
Hold on, let me get to
100
it.
line, which would be the, I guess
It used to be under 71 what?
40.
oh, okay.
Yep, it was, parks and, it's playgrounds and rec centers, yeah.
So I just
So
want,
it doesn't matter to me whether it's under 7110 parks, or if you want to put them in playground and rec center, 7140.
If you're gonna go that way, I think you should be under playgrounds and parks.
So 7140 is what you're, okay.
so just to
Whatever.
clarify, that's where you're making the motion to move them?
Yes.
And all you're doing is you want to keep everything that John's, the supervisor is proposing as
Yep.
number-wise.
Yep.
You're just taking
Just
that
move the
line and
entire copy, cut, paste. So we're gonna move Jason Velez's line under 7140. The playgrounds rec center budget.
okay,
And
and
your
one
second?
last question.
Yes.
I just want to make sure, the number that's in your budget is for 30 hours a week, right? Is that what it is?
I believe I'm 25? No, it's 30. It's 30, you're
I
right.
think you were going to move them up to
Right,
30,
Okay,
yeah.
so
You were
it's
moving
re-
them to 18.50 an hour at 30 hours.
Correct.
Okay, so right now it's 25,
Correct.
your number here is 30, okay. Thank you.
That
And
doesn't
just
affect
so everyone
the,
knows.
the civil service titles or anything like that.
Well, they
It's
used
not
to, so
affected?
technically speaking, Matt and Tom technically used to be half under Sandy's budget anyway. And then we just changed that 2 years ago.
Whatever.
Okay, just making sure.
I think it's a mistake, and let's have the vote.
Councilwoman Albrecht,
Aye.
Councilman Mazzella,
Aye.
Councilman O'Hanlon,
Nay.
Councilman Reichenberg,
Aye?
Supervisor Delvecchio.
Nay.
Motion carries.
Can I just make a suggestion? If this is gonna be the case, then I think Jason needs to report to the rec board.
Well, that would be starting technically next year, because,
Right, but I'm just saying,
oh, I got you.
so that there's no confusion, I think, and make it easier for him and for me, if that's, you know, if
I mean,
that
if-
could be a stipulation.
Well, we'll make the stipulation next year when it starts that. We do move on. Anything else on this page? Moving on.
Okay, office supplies and contracts. This is, I guess, mostly me. I went through and tried to calculate all our supplies and contracts. Let's see. The highway radios are, you know, like we said, about $1,200. This, you know, Doyle Security Systems is in there. Paychecks for the time clock up there at the highway department. They have to have a special time clock. General code, which I believe is your stuff for the tax collector and everything. We have the NEC phone leases that we're still paying off on there. Superior Phone, we have a contract, a maintenance agreement. They had done a 2-year when we first got the phones. That's now up, so it's going to be $1,680 a year for that. Postage rental, $31.56. So, I don't know, does anybody have any other questions about that?
I don't.
No, not really.
Okay. Okay, so the next one is office, oh, no, that was a duplicate, never mind, sorry. Next page should be public safety, that's the constables that we have for the meetings.
I don't have it on here, I don't think. Do you know what we expended for the year so far?
I can look that up.
And this is just specifically for our meetings, right?
Yeah, this is just for our meetings. Let me see what was in here.
Am I missing it? Yeah, where's that copy? I don't have page 4. I go from 3 to 5.
If this is right, what you gave us, then if this was back in August, I think you're up to 5,476.
I got you, okay. No, I'm missing page 4. That's why. We're good.
Oh, okay, you saw it, okay.
Yeah, I got it, we're good, thank you.
Yeah, Michael pulled it up before me, yeah, so.
So if we spent 5,000, and I mean, like, I don't think we need to change this number, but we could if we, I mean, like,
We could
if we look at the
needed
numbers,
to.
we spent 5,000, up to 5,000 in August, we could change it to 10 for the year, but I don't think we should yet.
Right,
If we
because
need
they-
$2,000, I think we pull it, but I don't think we need it yet, is what I'm trying to say. I think we
The
leave it.
constables are all getting raises.
Yeah, I would
And I
leave
didn't
it.
raise this number because I saw that it was a little bit low last year, so.
Okay.
Okay, fire inspector.
We need one.
I was gonna say, we need one. I'm gonna leave this alone because it doesn't change from year to year.
We need one.
No
Exactly,
change there, leave it
exactly.
be.
Yeah, we
We
need
put
one.
out all kinds of
I agree with
inquiries. We need one.
Okay, next is safety inspector.
Okay.
That's building inspector.
So I would love to alter this slightly, and I think everyone's gonna like the plan, but I just wanna talk it out loud. We've talked about this. I don't see any issue, personally, from my end with our building inspector going full-time. I think we should split the salary slightly, and hear me out. I think that it should be a salaried position, because, I mean, like, let's be honest, my house was hit by Williams Lumber in off hours, and he had to come at a weird time. He's not punching in and out for that. So what I'm saying is we should make the salaried position 55,000, right? And then we should offer a stipend to have him do extra hours as code enforcement for an extra either $5,000 or $8,000. I mean, he's got the certification, so that we know we pay it to him, but that way he could technically legally do both for us, I
Which
believe.
makes the 60,000.
Which makes it to
that-
60 or 62, yeah, depending if we went 5 or 8.
The only thing is that we don't have code enforcement on our line items. So we
Well, so
could-
what I mean,
so
I'm
basically-
talking specifically code enforcement
Yeah.
for zoning, for all that stuff.
Right,
I understand that we might not classify him as that, but if we get, like,
Right.
there is a need for us to do some of that.
Yeah, no, and I completely understand that, but that's like a separate title under civil service, and you can't, one person cannot have two titles.
Even though he's our building inspector, he can't enforce the code for us?
Yeah,
at the
he
same
can, but you can make that part of his job, so to speak, like he's
All
building
right, so then we
inspector
just leave it
and
at 60
coding.
then.
Right.
But I would,
So we'd have to leave it at
leave
60.
it, then leave
right.
it alone.
But you'd have to make sure that he was aware of that and possibly, I'm not sure, maybe check with Brooke, maybe do another resolution or something along those lines that say, all right, you're going to be paid a salary, we expect you to work at least 35 hours a work
gotcha.
week.
Okay.
And you will also do code, I think, but I'm not sure, like I said, that's more of a Brooke question.
I got you.
And I think he's also here tonight to sit with
He
us.
is.
Yeah, he is.
And we'll
He is.
discuss all of
Yep.
this.
So
I
Um,
got you, so,
I told him to show about 8:30, figuring we'd get close.
Did we with the, so basically, we're proposing to make the building inspector a full-time position. It might be in here, but did we take the medical,
Yes,
either
I did.
buyout and stuff into account with the insurance?
Yes,
Okay.
not the buyout, I put him in as a family in case he was going to
Okay.
have to take the full thing.
Okay.
I don't know what his
Buyout's good.
situation is.
Okay, and then the mileage, I know I asked you this morning, but just so we're all on the same page.
So we're kind of leaving that open a little bit, right? Because we're not sure, but if the highway purchases, well, they actually have that car, that truck, I would suggest we buy that other truck from them and then utilize
Yeah,
that
we
for the
talked
zoning
about that.
department.
yeah, we're just putting,
Like
taking
a
one.
year
So we
and a
kind of
half.
left the
Put
mileage
another.
open in regards
Yeah.
to, we wouldn't have to be putting mileage in if they're using our truck.
Well, but
Yeah,
we
but
would
the
also then have to
problem-
figure in for repair of the vehicle, is
Right.
what I would be, so the only thing
So
that.
we kind of really need it still.
No, well, I don't think we need the 4,000 or even the 3,000. I would say we maybe budget for $1,000 based off of if that vehicle might need some repair,
Well, that
right?
would fall under repair and maintenance, under shared services.
So we'll visit it when we get there.
We went past shared services already, that's where we moved Jason.
That's right. Oh. Can we go through the rest of that page?
So we can go back to that page.
No,
if
no,
you'd
no,
like.
well, so then we might need to, actually, think about it. So we might need to revisit that. So, I mean, if we're looking for gas for truck. Well, so let's be mindful about this. So if we're not gonna pay somebody mileage, but now we're gonna pay for a truck for them to drive, we've gotta increase the gas for the truck, because we're gonna buy more gas.
All right, we already got that.
And then we're gonna, repairs and maintenance should increase. So here's what I'm gonna motion. Line 40, under shared, 1620, right? Line number 423, gas for truck. I'm gonna assume that we should increase that another $500, right? Because if we're not increasing anything on the other end, I'm just throwing a dollar amount out here, because I know if we're gonna buy the truck, we should budget for it. Like, if that's the thought process, we should budget for it.
Yeah.
And
it'd
then
be-
the repairs and maintenance, I would also increase another $500, right? Just,
Where does the insurance come into play on this?
it's already insured as the highway vehicle. I'm
Yeah,
assuming our
but-
insurance is not gonna change much. Who is?
Yeah, I mean, the truck would actually probably cost less to insure for a building inspector than being used by the highway
I'm sure it
department.
would, but
Because
we should be
he's
mindful of that.
just driving out on a job site to say,
Right.
yeah, this is
Yeah,
good or it's not. He's not out there
Yeah.
plowing with it and.
So I'll make a motion, we edit those two numbers, increase them both by $500.
Make them both
$500 more.
Repairs and maintenance and
And
Gas
gas for the truck. So line number 423, increase 500, and 429, increase $500.
there's a second.
You know,
I
I hate to
second.
put a cog in the wheel.
Now you can talk about it, but go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's just that I understand we can do this as a smart for us to get this truck. The only thing is we still have 3 maintenance guys and 2 trucks.
No, we have two
Oh.
trucks.
That's what I
The
mean.
the maroon truck and the red truck are two
Right.
trucks. This will be a third.
Yeah, but that's not for our third
Oh, it's
guy.
true.
So
Oh,
are we
that's for
better
Don, yeah,
off
specifically.
leaving that for the rec and then just giving him the stipend stuff? Or not stipend, but,
You know, to be honest with you, they're not using these vehicles the same way. For instance, I've been out many times already with the zoning administrator and the building inspector on certain things. We asked the gentleman in the back, can we borrow the truck for an hour? It's really, it's not, it's always available, let's put it that way.
Yeah,
Yeah, but he uses, I saw his thing.
He will use it more, for sure, there's no question about it.
I did see him, right?
He's
Yeah,
here.
he's
I
out in the
keep
other room.
pointing to the back.
yeah, he's in the back, he's talking to a guy.
So, yeah, he's gonna be using it quite a bit. Now he's gonna be full-time, he's done with all of his coursework and everything. So at the times that one of the guys need to use this truck is not gonna be available.
But what John's saying is, the other two that we do have,
Is,
one is usually always available.
right,
For
so
Jason.
they're still working with just two
There's
now.
Jason, they're all working with two trucks now.
So like, let's say,
That's what I mean.
let's shoot, Mary, let's shoot to next year. So Jason has to report up there, so he has to go there. He just takes his, when he gets to his, go to work, he starts there, okay? He does, what Sandy wants. These two gentlemen here, if they need him for something, they go get him.
Yeah, they'll communicate, they'll intercommunicate. I mean,
So the two maintenance guys that'll be here will use the dump truck.
And the other car if they need to,
And,
the other pickup truck.
If it, yeah, but
And then
we're
the
doing a
zoning
lot of
department,
ifs here.
well, so I guess my first question is who, would love to know who originally paid for the trucks, what department? Because that would tell us where the trucks really belong, that's another conversation. So what I'm getting at is, I'm sure we'll figure it out, and I'm pretty sure that John Baxter's gonna end up replacing another truck that might make sense for us to keep.
I think the trucks normally are under Parks and Rec, right? The
now,
maintenance?
you talk about the maroon truck, we bought
Yeah.
that, and it was for here,
Yeah, that's
for
what I
these
put.
guys.
Well, but they say recreation on the side of it. That's the issue. Well, I think let's reel this one in for a second. I think that we're kind of talking about a lot of what ifs that may be problems, but may not be, and I'm sure we'll figure them out. But I think that.
It's just that I don't want to get rid of a line for someone to have an allowance for mileage if
I
we're
think that-
going to have a problem with this.
Well, no, knowing what the truck is that John would be driving from highway, right? I think it's the perfect fit. I think it's slightly got more miles on it, so I don't necessarily know if we would be pounding
It's
the
a
pavement
nice
with
retirement for
Jason.
that truck.
Right, it's really, I know the truck. I think that the use it's gonna get is gonna be perfect. We remove the mileage and we increase those two items. I think we'll be good for now for that. I think that
Okay.
Jason might be another issue next year.
Okay.
Okay? So, we have a second on increasing the gas, and we have a second on increasing the repairs. All in favor?
Aye.
Going back to safety.
Yep, sorry. Fire inspection, okay.
So, building inspector, we're all good there?
Yeah, we talked that one through. I think we all got the point, though, that I was trying to make, right?
Yep.
But, okay.
Register of vital statistics.
That's, nothing there.
Nothing there?
Supervisor of Highways?
The medical buyout on on the supervisor's office, budget, it seemed like it was double at 7,400, and then I see that you guys have increased, the medical buyout on here by like a little over
This is
1,000.
union.
This is the union?
No, this isn't the union.
No,
This
that's
is,
not
this would be for the highway secretary up there that takes a medical buyout,
Okay,
right?
It's a
And-
formula based off of
Right,
the total.
it's
Okay.
approximately
value.
25% of what it costs the town to insure somebody.
okay. I just didn't see your guys' increase, so I was wondering.
Well, yeah,
Well, there was the increase, but it was because there was two of us now instead of just one. Let's see. Now, I probably should have made copies of this, which I can send to you if you want to take a look at this.
Can I ask a question about the secretary to the highway superintendent? Is there a way maybe, I know that she comes in during snowstorms. I know she works a lot of off hours. What I'm getting at is does it make sense for us to, because of the type of position, to make that a salaried position? I'm just talking this out with the board, because I would love to know I would love to know what her overtime cost us on top of her regular salary from.
She hasn't worked any overtime.
Oh, okay, then never mind. I thought she did, but maybe I was wrong.
No, if she does come in to work something else, usually John gives her time off.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
413 schools and conferences, it was 2,000. It's up to 3. Again, I'm just looking at numbers here. They've used 210 so far this year.
Yeah, John, well, he still has conferences to go to throughout the rest of the year, so that'll be eaten up. He had asked to increase it to the 3,000 because he wants Beth to start going to these conferences also.
Okay. What do they typically use in a normal year for the whole year for conference?
I'm sorry, I don't know that off the top of my head, Michael. I don't want to give you a wrong
Yeah.
answer.
Well, to me, that seems a little high, just for the fact that the 4 of us, we budget 5,000, and for 2 people, we're budgeting 3,000. I mean, I don't know. It just, the increase in the highway budget's also pretty high, so I'm just looking for ways to
Yeah,
maybe.
but this one still goes under general. This
Oh, this
the
is under
highway-
general?
Yeah, this
Oh,
is still
boy.
under general.
Okay, never mind then.
Well, the big one I see here is that the superintendent is requesting a 10% raise when all of his employees are getting a 3% raise. And I know he's been talking about, well, these other superintendents in other towns are making this much, and I want to make what they make. I'm sorry, but I can't see that as justified here, and that is just a slap in the face to the rank and file at the highway department.
I beg to differ slightly, because you have to remember, Keith, that the salary was changed as 2 people were running for this position. It wasn't changed prior to their knowledge of running for that position. It was changed at the 11th hour, right as the budget was approved, and the election was a week or 2 later. So, I mean, they had neither of them had any control over the salary being changed. I didn't agree with the salary being changed at the time, and I think that this is the only really way to make it right. And plus, this is what the previous highway superintendent was making when he left.
Yeah,
So we're 4
after
years
how many
behind.
years as a highway superintendent for this town?
No
and
other
how
town
much
would
knowledge
change
and
that.
experience?
You
Let me-
can't look at it that way.
Let me stop everybody. Once again, I'm going to remind everybody that you look at the position, okay? For instance, you have to look at, if a highway superintendent in 1933 was making $900, it's not the same thing.
It's not.
All right, so we can't go by that. We got to go by now, okay? And what now is. So that's how you have to make a decision. I mean, I question even a lot of some of our salaries here, even though they're getting increased, I still think that some of them are short, and we can still lose lots of people because it's just ridiculous out there as far as getting people. When you can go and work at McDonald's for $16.50 an hour, why in the world would you work
Here.
here? There's a lot more responsibility, a lot more scrutiny, and a lot more. So, going back to, I'm a firm believer that you don't change numbers just because somebody left. It's the job is the job. So that's my belief.
Yeah, and I actually, to Councilman O'Hanlon's point, is I had concerns about this too, but obviously I wasn't involved or really paying attention to when this all was happening. But it does make sense if the salary of the previous highway superintendent was around this, it would be like, for example, I'm the newest town board member, we don't adjust the new town board members' amounts down because I'm the newest, and we also don't do that for the supervisor. We don't do that for any other elected officials. So
Well, it was done for the supervisor, just to let you know. It's
Yeah.
just the same thing.
no,
Ju-
but
just
that's
to
what I
let you
mean.
know.
I'm not saying it's right.
If you want to make a point, I mean, before I took office, the numbers were decreased. So,
And it
So,
was done to the town clerk.
yeah.
So listen.
So I think
It's the position.
Yeah, I mean, we're paying them to do a job, so.
Here's the other way to look at it, and then this is something else that everyone needs to understand. So, if you look at, for instance, I'm gonna use recreation as an example. If you look at what we're having trouble with right now in recreation, we cannot get somebody to fill a position because we are well underneath what everyone else is offering. We lost an assistant director for something, how much more she make? Another 20 grand? Right, so it's about getting the right people for the job and giving them the position paid properly. That's it. You can't look at political stuff on this one, you can't look at who likes who, that cannot come into play. It has to be the job itself. So let's take everybody off the board. We want to attract the best possible highway superintendent we can get, and that would be the number to do it.
Well, I guess there's no sense in it because I'll lose.
It's good to go on record if you want. I mean, this is not an argument. This
All
is,
right,
you know,
I make a motion that we adjust the highway superintendent's salary increase to match the rest of the union highway employees.
I'll second that.
We've
and-
already had this discussion.
We've already had the discussion, but I seconded it so we can vote on it.
Roll call?
Councilman Palmer. Nay. Councilman Mazzello.
Nay.
Councilman O'Hanlon.
Aye.
Councilman Reifenberg.
No?
What am I, Aleppa? Come on. We got a long night. Nay.
And just to make sure I understand the process right, is, let's say we have the public hearing, and the residents come out and they say they really don't like this, we still have the opportunity to change any of these numbers, correct?
That's true.
Okay.
We done with that page?
Well, wait a minute. No, because, listen, I don't like this whole thing where somebody's gonna get a whole big percentage over other people that we have here at the town hall. And you're talking about giving a 6% raise to one person and a 3% raise to all the rest.
Well, hold on, again.
Okay, Fine.
Let's at least listen to the whole thing first. Because if you go further on, I think you'll see the same thing, I guess. It's close, right?
Well, yeah, when you go down, there's some other people getting 6% also. So
Let's,
well,
some are getting
can we
6,
just
some are getting
revisit
3.
this then?
well,
I'm sorry?
let's hear the whole thing and then let's revisit it, because I agree with you. I agree with where you're going with this.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go through the rest of it, because then I think at the end we can make one other motion.
Yeah,
Made a
that's a good
motion already,
idea.
what the hell?
Okay,
So aside from that, we'll move on?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
okay.
Recreation, 70/20.
Here's, right here, if you look at it, it's a glaring point that we're trying to make here. If you notice the numbers, and that's still shy
I
of
know.
attracting anything. It's hard to
It is.
go further than that.
And just to make, we don't have a rec leader right now either, do we?
No.
We do.
Oh, rec leader.
Oh, yeah, Sandy's the
We
rec
appointed them. Okay.
Yeah, that's under, I'm sorry, under the to be determined rec leader.
No,
At the
the
time,
ass-
she wasn't there,
It's
Mina.
the assistant rec director. We don't
Yeah, that's
have-
what we're looking for right now. Sure.
Do that, I was gonna say, let's get this.
Why don't we? Because we'll give everybody a recess. We'll give everybody a recess then.
Let's do that.
So I'm gonna, so let's,
We're gonna leave it at recreation.
we're gonna leave it at recreation, we're gonna take a break, we're gonna give everybody a 5-minute break, we're gonna actually jump into executive session to meet with the man who's actually waiting for us, that we told to come, and we're not even close to being done. So we're gonna give everybody a 5-minute break while we just meet with John Fumo, our building inspector. So I'll make a motion, we go into executive session for 105.1F.
Second.
All right, and then we're gonna pick right back up
Aye.
with rec.
Yes.
Can I leave my? You sure, Mary Beth? I'm not gonna crouch your style over there?
All right, I'm gonna make a motion. Yeah, we do. Let them, hold on. All right, so I'll make a motion, we come out of executive session at 9:08 PM.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye. Okay.
We are back after station identification. So we left off with recreation.
I got it. Hold on, I'm just trying to figure out the page I want to go back to after that conversation we just had. For later.
Save that for later.
Yeah, that's what, for later, I'm just trying to find it.
Let's, I want to know where you want to put Jason's line and which one it was.
Oh, 71,
Just under 100 there, which is all, no, so
7140,
it's
and
further down the budget.
That's 7110, keep going, one more, that one,
This one.
that's the one we're, yep.
You wanna put it
That's
down
where we
here.
voted to put them anyway.
Put Jason here, okay. All right.
Okay, so we're going back to, recreation 70/20?
7020, yep,
On.
Oh, sorry.
there you go, you're good.
Recreation 70/20?
So,
Again, if you want to talk about a position that, in my personal opinion, we need to bump, but you want to go and look at, that's 18%.
I know, I
increase.
understand that, I get that it is. So I struggle with this because I understand both avenues. I understand that we want a quality person running programs and doing all these things for us. At the same time, I see the pocketbook for the town. I understand that
Right.
what we can and can't do, so.
Well,
So I've long had the conversation, I talked to Mary about this at length. I would love to see, we have to change both of these top two numbers. I honestly think that if we're looking for the assistant rec director to be to be full-time, and I mean this by no ill will, but Sandy's not gonna be here forever, so that would be Sandy's replacement one day, right? That's the idea. So I would love to.
She was hoping for.
Yeah. So I would love to, we'd have to find the
Say
extra
it,
money.
Frank, say
But I'm
it.
gonna make a motion that we change the rec director's salary to 50,000 and the assistant rec director's salary to 40,000.
Give me those numbers again, please.
The rec director would be 50 and the assistant rec director would be 40.
And the rec leader would.
And the rec leader would
at
stay the same, because
Right.
she is a part-time worker who just started with us. But I mean, the rec director, first off, Sandy's been here for quite a while, I think is doing a fantastic job, as well as the rec director, the assistant, would have to do everything with her and help her. I did make the motion.
Second, anybody?
Oh, second.
All in favor?
excuse me, I was just unclear, I'm sorry. With the rec leader, you said to keep it the same?
Yes.
Or did you want to move her up to the new amount that's in the tentative budget?
What are you talking
What are
about?
we talking about? It
'Cause
should
right
be
now she's at
18,720.
She's at 17.
No, it should be 18,720. I'm not
Okay.
changing that number from the tentative
Okay,
amount. I'm
I
not leaving
wasn't,
that
I
one
was
alone.
confused. I thought you
Sorry,
said
no,
you
no,
wanted
no.
to keep her the same, so that's
No,
why I
keep her
wasn't
the
sure.
same as you guys forecasted
Okay.
for. Sorry.
Sorry,
Sorry.
So for those changes, we have a motion, and we have a second.
Can you just go over the changes one last time, please?
Yep, so the changes are, the rec director's salary would change to a flat 50,000. The assistant rec director, whomever that may be, being full-time, would be 40,000. And the rec leader would be 18,720 annually.
Can I just ask, I see that the rec director is 32 hours and the assistant rec director is 35 hours. I'm guessing the rec director, you're just a salary, basically, because you just work.
Yeah.
The
I
Sandy's
just
here on
wasn't sure.
weekends. and-
Well, I wasn't sure if one was 32 because of full-time. I was just curious why that was notated that way.
Sandy is full-time, but she is a salary person, where the assistant rec director was is an hourly
Okay.
position.
Okay.
I got you.
Okay, we have those changes? Anything else on this page?
Oh, we have to vote
Vote
on that.
on those changes.
Oh, right. So we have a motion, we have a second. We've had discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 It's the only change I have on that page.
Was everybody an aye?
I believe so.
Mm-hmm. Speak now, forever hold your peace, I would say.
Keith,
What?
you're waiting for for a vote on you, or she didn't get all ayes.
I see, okay. Nay.
Well, then we have to do a roll call.
Then we have to do a roll
We
call.
have to do.
Yeah, let's roll call. Yep, that'd be easier.
Aye.
Aye.
Councilman O'Hanlon,
Nay.
Councilman Reisinger,
Aye.
Supervisor Dillon,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, we're done with that one. Going to Parks, 7110.
7110, line 401, Sandy? Yep, that's the infield mix and all that stuff? Okay, did it really go,
Dirt, sand, everything.
did it really go up in price that much?
I'm looking at, it's a crapshoot, I don't know,
Oh, I understand.
you know, because it's petroleum
Okay,
based.
I got it.
It
This one.
could go up a decent amount, I don't know.
Okay. Okay. What did, I have that one.
The 416, the mowing weed control, did we already award the contract for that for 2023?
Yes, we did, I believe what I did is I upped, the fellow that does the Salt Point Cemetery. I don't know if he's gonna charge us more because of gas going up. And I think there is, in the RFP for the one, I think he mentioned an increase the gas, if there's a possibility of.
Mhm.
There's a section in
Wait
there.
a minute, we already did that for 2020.
Yeah,
Yeah, we did a
supplied-
2-year option.
We did it,
Yep.
Yeah, we didn't have to do that every year again.
right.
That nonsense. Ooh.
Do the RFP for the lawn service, which I think
Mm-hmm.
It's good.
is an idea.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so,
We're at now, I don't know if you have the year to date, no, but I think
Can, I know it's been discussed in the past, when I was on the board, but have we, I guess the first question is, do we own our own, like, commercial mower? We do? Aye. And then, I guess my next question is what do we currently use that mower for? I know it's probably the mill site.
Mill, Katie,
He does Katie Field? So we mow
Then-
the field back here?
Yep.
Okay.
and I believe they go up and do, don't they do Helen Aldridge too? What's his name does that one?
don't they do,
Bauer?
no, one of
No, we
the,
did that one, didn't that great too?
they do the mill site, don't they?
Yeah, Mill City,
Okay.
he said.
Yeah, no, there's one other one I thought.
Mill site,
Oh, do they do the other side, do they do the other side of the dam?
Yeah, they have to do the dam and everything.
Yeah, okay.
too.
I knew they did one other piece.
I'm just wondering, has it ever really been dove into? We have $31,000 for mowing and weed control. Have we ever really dove into like, let's take somebody like Jason, who's part-time right now at 25 hours a week. Could somebody like him or a seasonal employee, potentially somebody looking for a summer job, a couple hour, of course it's gonna take more than a couple hours, but let's say even 10 hours a week to mow everything, maybe not Tom or Matt or any of those people, would it cost the town less, even with the maintenance on the mower? Have we seriously looked into that? I know it's easier just to hire somebody, but is it more
So-
economical not to do that?
We talked about this a lot.
We constantly looking at the possibility of putting someone on or hiring someone seasonally. It's hard to get.
Well, not only that, but I think we also ran into, prior to even me being on the board, when the town kind of had the onus of doing it on all the parks, even at West Road, and I now understand, dealing with the school, I understand why the fields may have looked the way they did now, but the issue really being that the manpower that we had just couldn't get the job done on top of the needs of every other needs of the town we have those two guys doing. So, no, I understand that, but what I'm getting at is we've talked about it, but we've then never had somebody come up and do it, or we've never had the wherewithal, like no one, it's not a job I think that somebody's jumping at, but yet again, we didn't dive headfirst into it
we've
either.
never, I mean, in all reality, from what I can remember, is we've never tried to see if anybody would even be willing to, I mean, I could think of somebody right now who lives in town who would love to have a second job on the side to go out and mow some fields and make an extra $20,000 over the summer, which would still save the town money.
And as long as they're of
so-
age to be able to use the equipment,
I just think
it's
that,
fine.
yeah, like $31,000, that's a lot of money to somebody, or there, I guarantee you there's a resident in this town that would love some extra money over the summer to mow our fields. And we already have the equipment. Yes, it's gonna cost maintenance, but I still don't see it adding up to close to $31,000.
So, I mean, like, my recommendation would be, I mean, like, we would still budget for it, because we know we'd have to pay it if we can't find somebody, right? And if we end up saving money, then we end up saving money.
Well, so yeah, I think we leave it in here, but under the pretense, I mean, I guess that's the other question is, did we already sign a contract with?
We did. So this is a 2-year piece that we've already.
Well,
agreed
didn't
to.
we do it for one, he gave us quotes for 2 years, but did we actually sign a contract for 2 full years? I know we asked for quotes, but we had them divided up into 2 years. Yeah, so I don't know if we actually signed a contract for 2 years, but,
I believe we only signed it for 1 year.
so I think it's something to look into. We can budget for the 31, but in all reality, I think we might be able to get away with saving the town some money.
Well, I brought it up last year and the year before, and it didn't happen, but I do agree with you, Councilman Reifenberg, and I think that even if we had to purchase an additional piece of equipment as well as more manpower to cover the bases, we would still come out way ahead of the game.
Anything else on this page? Okay, we move on to Playground and Rec Center, 7140.
Is there a specific reason, or are we starting on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Am I just supposed to shut up?
No, go ahead.
Is there a reason why we're going such a dramatic jump for the basketball director?
Because if I'm not mistaken from talking to Sandy, I think he runs summer hoops on top of,
Right, he's running 2
Well,
things.
he does, he volunteers for that, he runs the summer hoop program. And I don't have the budget from, this hasn't gotten raised in a while, let's put it that way, but we haven't had basketball.
we haven't had basketball in like 2 years now.
You know, and, we are having issues this year, not with Rich, with
Arlington.
Schools.
The schools.
schools, so we're gonna have to be a little creative.
So this is summer hoops, and how, So a total of like how much time?
For basketball, well, it's a long season. We have begun, registration now, so let's say you're coming from September all the way to March. And basketball's 5 nights a week and Saturdays.
Okay.
It's a long season.
I remember when
Okay.
Ray used to do this. From having him seeing some of the issues he had to deal with, I think it's well worth it.
Okay.
Have you significantly seen the revenue on your soccer and basketball programs increase since we've been growing those programs under Tracy and Rich?
Well, we actually went, with Rich, you can't tell because this is, we haven't done it for 2 years, but with, moving to matching what the other clubs do, which is giving the people the option of signing up for a full season. Soccer for season for soccer is fall and the next year is spring. So we gave them a price if they want to sign up like that, or just spring and fall. So, and the numbers have increased, so yes, it has gone up. But I did put in an increase, for soccer for next year. I did up it from what we had for this year.
Anything else?
Adult recreation, 7620.
Really quick, just looking at the budget, can we talk about 7550 before we continue on? It's celebration.
Oh, yep. That doesn't have its own sheet, that's
No.
just
Oh,
on
I
the
got you.
budget.
Okay.
So, this, it has last year, which is 2021, of 18,000, and that was for the bicentennial.
That was the year before that. I think we had budgeted,
Wasn't
it
bicentennial?
was 20,000 for the bicentennial, because we did it from that year. to-
No, yeah, you spent almost the 20,000 last year on 2021. Yeah, so you spent $18,539 for the bicentennial. This year's budget is 20,000, and then you put in for 30,000 for next year. I'm just curious why the $10,000 increase?
Why did we go with that again? I know there was, other celebrations we're talking about.
I'm just trying to find my notes, I'm not
Yeah.
ignoring anyone.
Oh, there's Festival of Lights too.
Well, we got Festival of Lights, which we don't usually consider under that, for the most part.
The flags,
Flags, celebrations like that. And I know that,
Well,
hold
yeah.
on, folks, one at a time. And I know that, everything's going up again, so like next year, like the tents will certainly be going up, fireworks will be going up.
fireworks, that's
Right.
what was going up.
Right.
You're right.
But for Festival of Lights, we do take stuff out of here. 'Cause You
Yeah,
have the
Right,
police.
For
but
the
I mean, that's
police.
included in this 18,000 that was used in 2021,
Oh,
right?
okay, yeah, right.
Police
right.
coverage was another one, that was another big bill
Yeah.
that's gonna come our way. That, for these events, it's going up.
It's just crazy, because wasn't it like 10,000 not too long ago?
Yes.
And now we're at 30,000?
When I actually took it over, we had $10,000 to work with, that was it. So, it's dramatically increased.
Okay.
I think
Yeah,
that's about everything.
I just needed you to refresh my memory, but I remember what we.
Yeah, I remember the fireworks, I know, because of the gunpowder or something.
Yeah, it's gonna get worse.
What item, they're not under anything. We're moving on from adult recreation?
Are we done with adult
I think
rec?
so.
Okay.
Oh, we're not?
No, we did celebrations.
Oh, okay.
and,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, adult recreation, 7620.
You had, for the, Lisa and Tony? You went from 16 to 1775, and for Tony, 15 to 1605.
Because that is still kind of low.
The exercise program, this year was 1,000, it's 2,000 next year. I know I was talking, this past weekend, we were talking about, is the exercise program back here, or is it the exercise program that's going on at the library?
No, this would be an exercise program here, but we didn't have it. I, quite frankly, can't find someone with that dollar figure. I mean, when I spoke to the ex-recreation director in Dover, who's licensed to do stuff like this, this is like a drop in the bucket.
So I'm curious, I was talking, I think it was Barbara over the weekend at the Repair Cafe, and she was saying that the exercise program, when Town Hall kind of closed down for COVID, when it started back up, they started using the library, and it seems to be pretty successful. I think they meet maybe 2 times a week over there, doing an exercise program. I'm just wondering, if we can't find anybody, and this isn't budget enough to do it, is it something we might want to move on from, of even offering as a town, since we just it seems like the library, they've kind of moved over there and they're doing it there. Is it something we just allow the library to cover that, and something?
What I'd like to find out exactly what they're dealing with, if I have a
Yeah.
contact.
I'll look it up. I was just looking at it the other day because I was surprised. She was talking about the room usage and stuff, so. It's just something to think about.
No, I
If
agree.
we're
I
not
mean,
doing the program anyway,
when-
and they've kind of taken it over at the library, do we really need to be funding $2,000 to a program that, in all honesty, is probably not enough to even fund?
Do you want to leave it at 1,000, just to, in case we start it up, and we have something there to start it with?
Yeah, I mean, I'll make a motion to make the exercise program 1,000
I'll
on
second.
line 452.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anything else on that page? Anyone?
No.
Moving on to zoning, 8010.
So I had asked our zoning administrator when she came to present to the board if we can get clarification. I know she requested for both the secretaries to go to go up to 30 hours a week from their 25. And I had asked her if we can get clarification on if that happened, if they would be covering the planning and zoning meetings. Did we get that clarification? Because she said, because she wasn't sure at the time that conversation was
I
going to
didn't- I
happen.
didn't know you asked her that when she was here, right?
Yeah, when she was here.
No, I have not
Just
gotten that
because I think that's
confirmation yet.
important for us to understand
Right.
what we're actually getting for any of these numbers, because it could change other positions' numbers as well.
Right. I have not gotten that clarification as to whether or
Okay.
not. I think,
All right, so,
I mean, I'll start.
Go
I mean,
ahead.
I honestly, I think, looking at the revenue and whatnot, I know that there's a lot of stuff to do in the planning, zoning, and building office. And I want to start off by saying that I understand that. And I understand that things have changed in there and whatnot. I just, looking at the overall numbers for this budget that's proposed, I don't know if we're in a position to make all 4 employees in there either full-time or 30 hours and have significant increases. When you add them all up, it's being proposed that we double the salary line item for just that office. I do not feel comfortable with that, and I know that their revenue's up and whatnot, but their revenue's also, I mean, we can't, my basis on this is not saying, okay, well, we're gonna guarantee that a bunch of people are gonna be building and whatnot. I know we have zoning issues that they can work on. I understand that there's stuff that needs to be caught back up with. I just don't know if the rest of the board agrees that all 4 of those employees need to go full-time or up to 30 hours a week. And I have concerns with that. And I know we're only talking about zoning right now, but they kind of all tie in together.
Yeah, they do all tie into it. I have the
Just make
same-
sure your microphone's.
I
Yeah.
have the same concerns with planning and zoning, with those hours and the salary increases and everything. I just,
Well, you made mention earlier that, there are some people, that 6% bracket, where
Right.
you say, well, this is pretty much falls along those lines.
right,
And I will say that we are short a lot of hours, and that in fact, we had to close one of the days altogether, because we didn't have enough coverage. Everyone was already over their hours or close to over their hours.
well, I think that that's
The
something
the
that
time
we need
is
to
more
talk
important
about.
as far as I'm concerned than anything else. Mainly because we do run out of time with their hours at 25.
Well, I
if that's
think
ones
we
we're just talking
I think we
about.
should discuss this further.
Well, I
Yeah.
think there's part of this conversation that I think needs to happen in executive session. But I'm gonna make some amendment, I wanna talk about some changes on this, strictly dollar-wise. I do agree that I think the assessor needs more than 17 hours a week, 17.5 hours a week. I don't think that,
The zoning administrator?
zoning administrator, what did I say?
Assessor.
Sorry.
It's getting late.
Woo,
I
it's
don't want to
getting
go
late.
back that far.
Sorry. 17, so for the zoning administrator, I think she needs to work more than 17.5 hours a week. I don't seem to think that it needs to be full-time, though. So if we do the math and we base her hourly rate off of 20 hours, that budget's $40,040.
Well, the other thing is that I spoke to Brooke today, because I had concerns about this and the building inspector, moving them both to full-time positions. We now are going to trigger civil service. And the discussion about the building inspector, she seemed more or less saying that she was more sure that that wasn't as big of a problem with the list-wise. The zoning administrators, she was more convinced that it was a class, 5, I think she said, you could correct me, position, and that, so we also have to take into account that if we make both of these full-time, we also could be potentially changing our zoning administrator as well. So that's a factor we have to kind of play into this as well.
Well, maybe we could possibly bring Sarah up to 25 hours a week, though, without triggering civil service.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Melanie. Yeah, you want to explain that?
She can't go over 20 hours
Right.
as a part-time employee, yeah.
Okay.
So personally, I mean, until something changes in potential executive session, I'm in agreement with Councilman Mazzella that 20 hours is more than now. We could potentially change that down past today, but I think that's more sensible in my mind than making the zoning administrator a full-time competitive position at this point. Because we also have to factor in either the buyout or the health insurance on top of the salary that's in here of $72,000. So we're talking realistically, with medical, $100,000, with a buyout, a little under that, but that's a significant jump from $35,000.
Correct, so if you're going to move her back down to part-time, then I can readjust the medical also, because I put her in for a family medical, not knowing her situation
Right.
either. I went with the worst-case scenario.
Well, so should I talk about all the two other changes I want to make, and then we'll make motions if need be? So the second one would be the secretary to zoning. Is the 1911, that's 6%, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the numbers that I came up with, and talking about this to, I believe Mary, or Councilwoman Albrecht, I should say, was we felt that this position should be 20 hours with the standard increase of 3%, which 18.57, so the total budgeted would need to be $19,312.80.
Well, if I could just put my 2 cents in really quick, I think before we make those changes, it would probably be smart that we discuss stuff in executive session
Yes.
and then
Yep.
come out and if we have to make a change, make it, but.
Yep, no,
I
I just
think-
wanted to, I wanted to
yeah.
talk about the dollar figure out,
Yeah, and I
you
think
know.
if, once we talk, we could
Right,
probably
then we'll
come
make
out
those
and
changes. I
actually-
just wanted to verbally get them out there, so, but those were the only two changes on this sheet, on this page, I believe, that,
So you want to decrease the hours when?
I wanted to
we need more
increase,
hours.
increase Sarah's hours, and then, we could talk, we should have that other conversation in
Yeah, I
executive
think we
session.
need to have the other conversation.
So if you want, I'll make a motion to, under zoning, line 100, zoning administrator, move that up to 20 hours a week and do the standard 3% raise. You can vote against it if you want, but it's $39.65 an hour, which would come out to
$41,236.
$41,236.
36.
$36.
I'll second that motion.
And again, discussion-wise, I understand that, maybe this will change, but I think for me personally, this is a much better starting point than just jumping to 35 hours a week.
All in favor?
You want to do a roll
Aye.
call?
You might want to do a roll call, yeah.
Councilwoman Albrecht,
Aye.
Councilman Mazzella,
Aye.
Councilman O'Hanlon,
Nay.
Councilman Reifenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Del Vecchio.
Nay.
Motion carries.
And the other one going to executive.
The other one
session.
we're gonna talk about later, yeah.
Anything else on this page?
Okay, next one is planning, 80/20.
I have the same comments based off of the same secretary in the planning office that I did in the zoning office, same amount of money. We'll talk about the rest in executive session.
Yeah, and I believe the same thing, that it shouldn't be 30 hours a week.
Anything else on this page?
No.
Nope.
Next one is refuse, 8160.
Oh, 1 second, back on this. Conservation Advisory Council, is that like a, is that thing?
That's the CAC. That's not the CSC, but we could change that line item, I'm sure.
Okay, well. it
I don't know
go
why it would be under planning,
Yeah, I
though.
don't know why it would be under planning,
Or maybe it would be.
because we do have a CAC.
I know.
Have they ever used
What-
that?
Not to my knowledge, I'm not sure. I'd have to double check it, but I don't believe so.
Gotcha.
Okay, I'd like to check that, please. Well,
Check the usage of it, yeah.
yeah, and then where would we put something where would I suggest to put something for a smart climate? What would that go under?
Well, you could work that out with the supervisor, and we could figure out where it would go under. I would imagine probably cultural. It's under the
We got
budget.
cultural?
No, we don't have an actual spreadsheet for that, but it
Gotcha.
would be within the budget.
Oh,
I got you.
okay,
Okay.
all right.
That it?
So did you want to put Climate Smart on here for now, or?
What do
Well,
you-
yeah,
Under planning?
yeah. we don't
Well, I
wanna put it
meant,
under
did you
plan.
want to bring it up to
Well, let's
put
get
into
through
the
our stuff.
budget?
Let's get through
Okay.
this,
All
yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, refuse, 8160.
Yeah.
This falls under the general fund, right?
Yes,
No,
that's
highway,
correct, yeah, it's still highway, still general.
Do you,
Oh, we're budgeting for new contract.
do we know where we're up to? So all this stuff is for the roll-off truck, like the truck parts and the truck repairs, gas and oil, it's all for the roll-off truck?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yep, and then we're also budgeting. I'm not doubting that we need a new compactor. I know we've talked about this at length. I know we need it. I know we need it.
That thing's been held together by bubble gum and paper clips for a
I
while.
guess my question is though, is that a budgetable item or is that something that we should take out of some infrastructure fund to pay for it? Do you understand what you get my, I mean, like, I understand it's a one-time budgetary item. I do get that. My thought process was though, I mean, if we have the money somewhere, should we just expend it instead of budgeting it, or are we just gonna?
Well, it's,
What I'm getting at is it's taking off our bottom line for the
I know
year,
what
you
you're
know what I
talking
mean?
about.
So
I
like,
get it. I get it.
it's almost $40,000, it's a lot of, it's 30, almost 37,000, so it's a big number to,
Yeah, the question I think
can we
he's
leave
asked,
it, Melanie? To some, can we leave it
can
out
we
of there?
just, well, so the new compactor, we know John Baxter needs one, right? So like, can we just remove it from this sheet and deal with it at a meeting and find the money and just spend it? Like, do we have to put it in the budget? Because, I mean, again, it's a large sum of money that's,
well, I think more to your point is we have money in accounts set aside for this stuff
Yeah.
already. So why would we tax the residents another $36,000 when we have money set
so
aside for
I'm
it?
gonna make motion that we strike
But, okay.
Yeah, that's okay, that's all right. I think the thought process was that this would come from fund balance because we were rolling some of the fund balance
Gotcha.
in there, so.
I
And we
understand.
were trying to purchase some items that way.
So, well, I would just say then, why don't we
Which
just?
is where it's gonna come from.
No, I understand that, but why would we, but why wait till next year? If we've got the money, let's just buy them. You understand, like, what I'm getting at? Like, if, like,
Yeah,
why would we
till
wait? So, like,
January?
we couldn't do this until the first of the year, right? Meanwhile, the compactors, like, why don't we just not put it in the budget and we'll just buy the compactor? That's where I'm getting at. I don't know, I think we should just
Well,
spend
It
it.
becomes a little bit more difficult to move the money from, let's say, the fund balance. It's better to have it like in a budgeted account.
I totally get it. I just, when we're talking about ones and zeros and a percentage that people look at, it's easier to not have numbers like that in there because it's gonna inflate one number that I understand we're moving money from one pocket to another. I get that, but not everybody understands that. So the less confusion we have in that money shifting, I think is a good thing. I don't know, that's my 2 cents.
I just thought that, presenting a resolution to take from fund balance would maybe, that's the
I
board's
do get that as
decision.
well. I mean, I don't know, how does everybody, what
Well,
does everyone think?
I think, I don't even know if it has to come from fund balance. Could it come from the highway capital fund or something?
Not the highway, because this is a general. fund.
General, sorry, I meant the capital improvement fund or something like that.
Sure, yep, it
can.
could.
It's an idea. I mean, I think she has a very valid point that it's covered in the fund balance at the end, the 600 or something, so it's,
I get it. I just see it easier as us just to pass a resolution to purchase it in the meantime. I mean, like, why wait till the first of the year if we're gonna approve something? But,
does it, if we took money out of the capital fund or whatever fund, let's say next meeting to purchase this, does that open it up to a referendum?
Yes.
Where if we did it this way, it would not open it up to a referendum?
Correct.
Okay, so that could
I
weigh
vote we
into that
leave it
decision
where
as
it
well.
is.
fine, we'll leave it alone. Leave it alone.
Anything else on this page?
Okay. So we're going on to general repairs, 5110. This is a highway account.
Okay.
Yep.
Here's where you're gonna see a lot.
Yep. And some of these are mandated too.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, I wanted to, there was an email that I think we received while it's on this page. I want to just kind of sweep back to that. No pun intended, but the truck, the truck sweeper, There was comment made that the highway superintendent only gets a month's use out of it, but if we owned our own, he would use it every week. Like, I've had this conversation with him. There was talk of someone mentioning in an email to us, they're like, oh, for that price, he only uses it for a month, so why would we own it? But he would use it every week. We only get use of it because we rent it for 1 month. Just to clarify that, so.
I'm never in a hurry to spend over $300,000, but in the end,
Oh, yeah.
I think it would be more cost-effective for us to have it, and then whenever we do need it, it's there.
Yep.
I mean, okay, suppose, God forbid, a dump trailer load of item 4 does tip over, on a town road and spill all over the place. Do we wait around with the road closed forever for somebody else to clean it up? It sure would be nice to be able to run out with that sweeper and get right on it.
Yep.
So what would we do with that
So,
50,000?
Eventually, that would turn into, I believe, a bond anticipation notice, because we would bond the truck, and then the annual payment would come out of this line item from the budget, right?
It's
Like,
already
that's-
money.
The money's already there.
So basically, now here's one thing that just came to my desk, which was just the other day, that someone and John's gonna look into it. I talked with him about it. LaGrange has a company that they use that they only charge $20,000 for the use of it. And somehow if they share, it's even less, something like that. It might be something he's gonna look into, we'll check that out. But in this case, the explanation is, we're already gonna be spending this money to rent.
Right.
And you just might as well put it, it's almost like,
Yep.
instead of paying $2,000 a month for rent in an apartment, you're gonna pay it to a mortgage.
Yep.
I'll ask 447, it says need explanation, so I might as well ask.
447, okay.
It was 80,000, now it's 50,000.
Yeah, I kinda wish he was here for that, because I forgot what he said. I think it was, did he say salt? Wasn't it salt that he said we have plenty of, or something like that?
No, with the materials, I thought it had something to do with blacktop or repairing roads or something like that. That's kind of what I thought, but
So
I'm.
John's the one that came up with the
Yeah.
decrease? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry, I don't recall the explanation either. I might have it.
I just sent him a text message, so maybe we'll get some clarification.
I just think he'd be watching.
Chips is gonna go up?
Huh? It stayed the same.
Oh, that's a lot going up.
What do you mean? It stayed the same. Chips.
No.
We're not on that page yet.
Oh,
We're not there yet.
Oh, I
Well,
thought we
it's all
went to
part
the
of- it's
next
all-
page.
sorry.
Do you see anything else on this page? that we're-
No,
or we're
nothing.
waiting for him?
No.
No, but we could cycle back, I'm sure.
We
The only thing
can
I have in here is that he's increased them based on projected and realized increases for the upcoming year. But I even have it on here when you and I spoke with him. I even have it on there for explanation. Oh, you know what? Did he move it maybe?
Yeah, it went down.
Yeah, he moved some of it up for the software, for the 428 software.
Oh, wait a minute.
It was at 80,000, went down to 50,000, and I think 8,000, he wanted to get that annual maintenance that he has to pay now for his software.
Oh.
So I think that was part of it.
I basically use it just for that, other materials. Okay.
Yeah.
So he wanted 80.
Yeah. I guess from the text message that I got from him, it used to be he said it was cut back, and then he figured he would ask for what it used to be.
Yeah, it had been cut at one point.
Got you,
yes.
okay. So, I don't know, I'm okay with that page the way it is, I guess.
You okay?
Yeah. I mean, I'll have to talk to John. If there's any change there, we got, any
I
more
think he was the one
clarification, but,
Yeah, I-
Agreed to it.
yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I think
So,
it's okay. Next one is permanent improvements, which there's 5112.
So I had reached out to Melanie, and maybe it's good for the whole board to hear it. The CHIPS this year was, we got a lot more, and then it's still, they're expecting that much next year. And
but
that's
we
why
are
it's,
expecting 392.
that's why it's 392.
Right.
Oh, wow.
That was the letter that John and I had received from New York State, that we can expect that amount for 2023.
So I'm wondering, as a board, I know we were originally saying, hey, we need to start putting money back in the budget. So up until this point, for a while now, for years, we've only relied on CHIPS money, which doesn't come from the taxpayers directly in Pleasant Valley. And it was only $200,000 a year, which got behind on paving. So we've been talking about putting a line item back in to put more money into the budget. But now that we're getting almost double of what we normally would get, and the highway budget is adding quite a bit to that high percentage of an increase, do we want to think for this year, I know we talked about doing it, but maybe taking that 100,000 back out and not doing it this year, since we're getting almost double the amount of roads
but
paved to
Now,
begin with?
we know we're gonna get that?
Yeah, that's the letter we
That's-
got.
You got
That's
the
the letter,
letter of
mhm.
392? Okay, all right.
Can I ask the devil's advocate question?
Well, go ahead, I was gonna go, you go
What if we
first.
cut it in half? What if we gave him 50 instead of 100? I mean, well, here's what I'm getting at, is I know the condition of some of our roads. I know that when, after talking at length with the highway superintendent, after working on some of our, like even Timothy Heights, let's say, in doing that road, he had to replace all the drainage. It was like a one-stop shop. There's no point in replacing the drainage after he paves the road. So I think that the projects are coming to expend more money than we think that they are because of the cost of everything. What I'm saying is I wouldn't want to sell ourselves short because like, if I had an extra $50,000, I could do all of Forest Valley, let's say, right? So,
Yeah.
I don't know. We
Yes
could always
and no.
cut again.
But his explanation on it, first off, and I'm gonna, we're looking at, again, a petroleum base. You don't know where this is gonna end. It doesn't look like it's gonna end. If you look at today's news alone, OPEC's already said they're gonna cut back, everything's flying back up again. We don't have any clue as to what anything is gonna be as far as that projection. If things sit right the way they are, and they can promise us that, I could say, we can get an idea. But he says, what is it, $300,000 or something like
It's
that? only
$100,000
pays
per mile, I think.
Per mile, yeah, it only takes 3 miles. So, I don't know. Yeah, I think we need the roads. Roads are important. As much as he can get, I think we,
Why don't let's do this. We could either always cut it or
We can
always
also
add it.
keep it as well. I was just bringing up the
No,
idea that
you brought up a very good point, though.
we're
I mean,
doubling
like, in
the
terms
amount
of-
we normally get, so it's
In
something to
terms of
think
the
about.
grandiose dollar figure, I mean, you brought up a good point. So why don't I'll make a motion that we change it to 50, and we can always amend it from there. Right, we'll lower it to half of what he's asking, because we're getting almost double of our previous CHIPS expenditures.
With the volatile price of petroleum and not knowing where we'll be by January or February, I think maybe we're better to leave this one as is.
All right,
I would just leave it.
all right,
because
let's leave it until the end. We can always play with it at the end. I'll rescind my motion. That's fine.
Let's just keep it where it is for now.
That's fine.
We can
You
play
wanna
with
leave it alone, let's leave it alone. I get it, okay.
So there's no motion then?
No motion, we're not changing anything right now. I get it.
Okay, so the next one is machinery, 5130.
Okay, so why did he ask for 8,000 for the uniforms? We went back down to 7,500. So if he hires people,
How many guys do you have?
Yeah, but he's hiring people now, right?
Well, it's $200 per year per man, so.
How many employees does he have, honey?
I think he's got, I think there's 7 highway guys right now.
Okay. But then do we include him in that?
No.
Okay. So if that's $1,400.
2,800, twice yearly,
Oh, sorry,
but still,
Yeah,
but
okay.
still, okay.
So,
Boots, I think they get boots too, right?
they get a boot
Yeah,
allowance, they get a jacket allowance, don't they?
Right,
they
because they get a jacket, they get a coat, they get
That probably all comes out of
boots,
that,
they
right?
get all
It is,
sorts
and-
of
Oh,
stuff in
okay.
their
It all
union
comes out of
contract.
there. And they've been getting better prices, I guess, online. That's what I was hearing.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
As long as,
And their boot allowance just went up. Each guy's getting $50 more for their boots and stuff to spend
Yeah.
on boots
okay,
with the new contract.
all right.
Yeah, that's not something that we can play around with, because that
No,
is
no,
in
no,
the
no,
union
no.
contract.
I didn't know if, I just thought that was like just the uniform equipment rental, and I'm like, the math doesn't make sense, but if everything else is coming out of that line, it makes sense then.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so, we're good. All right.
Okay. And the next one, we're moving on to snow removal, 5142.
Again, everything's kind of moderately increased based on those projections.
Yep.
Okay, so if we're moving on from that, the
Yeah, I
last
mean, it is
thing,
what it is, right? I mean, like, a lot of that's gas and oil.
yeah, the last thing is just the interfund transfer. If we wanted to put 100,000 away towards purchase of new trucks every year, we usually put away 75,000. But this year, John asked that we put 100,000 into
Well,
the
price
savings
trucks going up.
account.
Because the price of trucks are going.
Yeah,
Right,
I get it,
'cause-
I get
right.
it. Yeah, I leave that alone too.
Okay, and then I believe that's it for the spreadsheets at least.
Can we talk about the revenue aspect of the budget, please?
Well, I still want to go back to the Climate Smart. Okay, these ladies not only put in a lot of time, but a lot of their own money, which is absolutely ridiculous when they're doing so much to try to get us money for the town. They just wrote another grant. I really feel that at the minimum, we need to give them $500 a year for the website and stuff like that, that they are paying out of their own pockets. I just don't think it's fair.
Where do,
So-
I don't think I have a problem with that, it's just more where we put it. Where do we?
We could
what
create a line
line?
under.
We have to
ooh,
create a
excuse me.
line.
Yeah, just create a line maybe under like cultural. I'll look under the State Comptroller's website and see where they suggest it.
Okay.
I can also call
I can call
some of the other
Clinton.
towns too,
I can call Clinton or somebody too, because
just to
they-
see what line they're using.
Their Climate Smart gets 5,000 a year. Yeah.
I'll make a motion to find a place to put $500 in the budget for Climate Smart.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. So I wanted to talk about the revenue piece of it a little bit, just for the fact that that obviously affects the taxes that we end up collecting for the residents. And I'm just trying to get an idea behind where we got our numbers when we're looking at this. So back in 2021, our revenue was just, let's say, 4.1 million. Our actual year-to-date for 2022, as of August, was 2.8 million in revenue. And the supervisor's tentative budget is only putting 2.6 million in revenue. And we've talked about this quite a bit, is that one of the things that we need to kind of tighten up on is budgeting the revenue. And again, it's just a budget, so we're kind of guesstimating. But looking at these numbers, 2.6 for revenue seems fairly low when we're already above that already year-to-date. I would like to see the revenue be higher, because if the revenue's higher, then we can lower the $600,000 that we're planning on taking from fund balance, which would actually, so my concern is that after this year, the plan right now is to use about 600,000 from between highway and general fund, which, that's a normal process. But my concern is taking on the water and the town hall and taking on bonds, that we might find ourselves in a position in a year or two from now where we're gonna have to significantly increase taxes because we're gonna have to take on paying those bonds, which are gonna be significant costs on top of the normal salaries and everything else increasing. And right now, I'm okay using fund balance to cover one-time costs like the roads, because there aren't a continuous cost year after year, but salaries and stuff like that, that costs money. They're not disappearing, they're not going down. So if you look at page 8, if you're looking for it, I just think this number, the 2.6, is not realistic, and there might be a good explanation about it, but I'd like to see the revenue higher and closer to what it should be, unless there's a good explanation why it is so low. Microphone.
The real property tax, I think that was skewed because of that library debacle for the 440,000. So I think you have to take that into effect.
Okay.
Okay.
But that.
That still leaves us
Yeah. I mean, is that for did that hit 2022 or is that 2021?
2021, so that's why it
Higher.
looks higher.
So the 2022 is already at 2.8, and I get it, where revenue can change. But if we brought this revenue up closer to where it probably, I believe it should be, is we wouldn't have to transfer as much fund balance, which wouldn't rely on taking that percentage that we have and lowering it to the 5 something tax increase that we're talking about right now. We could actually either lower the fund balance amount or keep the fund balance amount and even lower the 5 something increase on the taxpayers.
Oh, definitely.
So I know it's a little bit more risky because we're not taking as much money from the residents, but I think we've been doing that for a long time, and we've all talked about tightening it up a little bit, and
No problem.
Well,
so-
but just to give you an idea, so if you take the revenue from year to date, right? And it's really 8 months because it's from September 1st, right? So it's 8 months. If you extrapolate that across the year, our revenue should be somewhere around 4.2 million.
yeah, so that,
And that
but,
gets us into that realm where we've got to kind of,
That's,
it's
yeah.
spend down. I mean, we
No,
gotta
no,
be
I know.
very careful with that.
No, I
that
understand. That's what
number.
I'm saying. I'm just, like, it should be closer to, I think, 3.5, not 4.2, but,
yeah, I don't think we
Yeah.
should be putting, I'm not asking for the revenue to be exactly to the T of where we think it's
No,
gonna be.
I understand that,
We
but-
need to have some wiggle room in there.
Right.
But I think having it different by over $1 million is probably, because what's gonna end up happening is the taxpayers are gonna pay an extra $1 million, when in all reality, we don't need it to operate. So, we can either leave the fund balance transfer that we're using, the 600 and something, and even lower the 5 points. We might be flat, I don't know. We might actually lower the tax rate. I have no idea, but right now, with the numbers, I think they're a little out of skew. So I don't know if we have to do that tonight as a board.
well, it's part of the budget,
I think we
though.
probably should, but,
Yeah.
Okay, so we can go line by line and see where do you,
yeah,
you know,
so,
where does anybody think that maybe the income should be higher?
so the real property tax, what like, I mean, it's always over $1 million, it looks like.
Well, it's calculated, usually, it comes from your last page, page number 15,
Okay,
under amount to be raised by taxes,
Yeah.
General Fund A. It's a calculation, so after you do all your appropriations, less your revenues and fund balance, you come up with that amount, so it automatically plugs in there. So like you don't, you see what I mean? Okay.
so that number's gonna change anyway, because we've made all the adjustments.
Correct.
Okay, so are you saying leave that where it is for now, or should that be
Right,
higher?
because that's something you can't change, it's formula-driven. So like, let's say, interest and penalties on property taxes. Do you think we could increase that number?
So can I offer a different way to think about this?
Sure, of
Real
course,
quick.
please.
So if we look at 2021's actual, right? 2021's actual is almost spot on if you just take it by the month and divvy it out. What I'm saying is, why don't we take the 2021 actual for revenue, subtract 10% from it to give us the wiggle room, and we're still gonna come in under what our revenue is gonna be anyway. I mean, like, if you look historically, what our revenue, what we're budgeting for versus what we're taking in is, there's a huge discrepancy. So this will actually get us closer, so it'll actually, we'll be budgeting for around 3.5-ish million if we, I mean, like, if you
Yeah, I
look at the
think-
year prior, it was the same thing.
I think that what she's saying, though, is when you
Yeah.
look at at least line number 1,
Yep.
because on this, we're calculating taking $390,000 from the fund balance, what it's doing is it's artificially bringing down that number. So that's where we're getting the 796. If we took out that 390,000 from the fund balance, it would bring that number back up over 1 million, which would, you see what it's doing?
Right.
It's artificially bringing that number down. So
It's-
I don't know if you want to keep the fund balance at a transfer in from the fund balance of 390,000, then I don't think you want to raise, and I might be wrong, but I don't know if you want to raise that. Would you, or?
Well, it depends, like you were saying, if you wanted to increase your revenues, then you could decrease what you were taking from fund balance. It's all just numbers, where you want to take them from, where you want to get them from. I mean, going down here, I think the supervisor did a pretty good job with the revenues, because I don't really see anything jumping off the page, really.
So like, let's go to number 3,
Except-
the non-property tax district.
Right.
Right now, year-to-date, to the end of last month was 733, but we're only budgeting 600. And in 2021, it was over 1 million.
Right, we got a huge payout from New York State sales tax as a help with COVID and stuff like that. So we got a very large, like, I'm going to say it was like $115,000, $120,000. And sales tax has gone up.
Yeah.
We're only guaranteed $433,000 in sales tax. That's our guaranteed amount, so this is just an estimate of what we think, how high it's gonna go.
I don't know, it's just, I mean, like even for, if you look at the mortgage, the mortgage tax line, right, like, we're budgeting $200,000, but we brought in 410 last year.
Yeah.
Like I
Okay,
said,
that we
just-
could definitely change. I mean, mortgage tax, sure, because, you know, it depends on the closings and stuff, and I think they're, you know,
Yeah.
we had a lot this year. What's gonna happen next year? Are there still gonna be
People are still,
closings
well, the
and?
actual year-to-date is only 165, so,
Yeah, that's right.
yeah, it's interesting. I don't know.
I think what's skewing this is I think the big number is that top number, and now looking at that's where the big difference is, because we're putting the 390,000 from the fund balance in there.
Yeah.
I mean, in all reality, so far tonight, we've cut over $100,000 from the budget so far, and that's without going into executive session, doing anything else. So, I mean, my personal view is that we should maybe keep the 5.78% change and lower this fund balance number down. So then, in the years to come, when we're taking on these big projects, it leaves us in a better position to not have to, at some point, we might or might not be here on this board. We don't have to leave somebody else in the position to have to go above the tax levy. So my personal opinion is we should be adjusting this fund balance amount based off of what we've been changing and lowering it. And then that will increase the revenue line for real property tax.
Right, but we have to add that in.
The problem is we
We're
don't
just
really,
getting the changes now.
yeah, we don't really have the numbers in front of us, so it's kind of hard to
Right,
figure
and
out.
until you guys can give me, once you get done with executive session, can give me some real hard numbers, then I can go through here and crunch it all for you.
Yep.
Okay.
Anything else on this page you want to, that jumps off the page at you?
No, the revenue for planning and zoning fees,
Let me see, hold on, let me find it.
discussed was that. One of the things discussed for planning and zoning with them going full-time is that there'd be an increase in revenue to cover it. I don't really see that much in the revenue that you prepared on planning and zoning, so I don't know if we're going to do that, if we want to increase that.
Well, if you notice back when the fees were really out of line, and they were way out of proportion, this is kind of like in between. This is almost more in line of last year, when they've calmed down.
So,
So, and then if you're, if you're increasing the amount of hours that our department can work and creating that much more, it's gonna almost offset. So it'll be pretty much the same.
so that's why I'm curious why those numbers aren't higher than, if the argument is that increasing them to full-time would bring in more revenue to cover them, then we should, if that is the case, we should be increasing the revenue lines under your budget to cover their
Even more than
increased
that,
salary.
even more from where it is.
We can leave it the same, but I mean, if that's the argument of what, that they're gonna cover themselves, then the revenue line should probably cover that. But I don't have anything else for revenue.
Anyone else? Mary? Keith?
No,
All right. So it's safe to say we went through the 2023 budget
Yep.
well,
without going to executive session.
just one other thing though. What's going on with the ambulance? Because I see that on here, but
Yeah,
there's
so
nothing.
basically, we've taken the numbers that they proposed, which you saw those, I gave you all a copy of that. We're taking that number without even questioning and just putting that in the budget this present time. I still think we can question or get a better deal, but we may not want to do that. There's a bunch of variables to it.
Yeah, but did that amount, you gotta refresh my memory.
Well, we
That
still,
amount is,
we
does
st- we
that
still
in-
like to, well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
does that include the newer hours that they
No,
had suggested?
That's just it. So we have to still sit with the fire department, okay? I'm waiting to meet with them. We have not been able to coordinate it for whatever reasons. I guess one of the people that they picked for the subcommittee was away, now she's back, so we'll get that together. But I'd like to hear what they propose to it.
Thank you, honey.
I don't think it reflects in there.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I'm looking at something else. Just for clarification, I mean, since we're still talking about the budget for a hot second, and I know you mentioned revenue a minute ago, Mike. I just pulled up last year's budget process documents. So the 2020 actual, just to give you an idea of revenue, 5.7 million. We budgeted that year, 2.8, so.
That was 2020.
Those, 2020's COVID numbers were 5.7 million in revenue.
Well, there was a whole bunch of reasons.
Well, we got all the,
Yeah,
we got
money
ARPA
back.
money.
Well,
and-
that and the fact that nobody could anticipate sales tax being
That high?
at high, well, the reason being is because you had everyone sitting home ordering on Amazon, where normally you would get your revenue driven by
Right,
going
go
to
to
a store.
store.
But when people are home and they're bored, they spent more. So that's
Yeah.
why that was through the roof.
Yep.
Who could predict
Oh, I know.
So,
So-
okay. So can we move on in the agenda? Or before we get to executive session? New business. Still gotta read all these things. Let's get through this is done. Done, new business, there we go. All right. So adopting the local law to override the tax levy limit for fiscal year 2023. Gotta just do it
Hey, you want?
now. I got it right here,
Okay.
right?
No.
Nope. Town Board Resolution 1001. Did we want to fix the language on this, or we didn't? If I remember correctly. No. Okay, you didn't.
On the levy?
Okay. Well, I'm home. Town Board Resolution 1001, 2022, adopting local law to override the tax levy limit for fiscal year 2023. Whereas the town board determined that it may be necessary for the town of Pleasant Valley to exceed the limit on the amount of the real property taxes that may be levied by the town of Pleasant Valley pursuant to General Municipal Law 3-C for fiscal year 2023. And whereas the town board by resolution 90-13-2022 dated September 19th, 2022, accepted proposed local law D to override the tax levy limits for the fiscal year of 2023. Pursuant to General Municipal Law 3C for commencement of the local law adoption process. And whereas the town board scheduled and duly noticed a public hearing on said local law to be held on October 3rd, 2022 at the Town of Pleasant Valley Town Hall. And whereas the town board opened the public hearing and heard comments on said local law and closed to the public hearing on October 3rd, 2022. And whereas the town board has determined that this action is a type 2 action under SECRA and does not require environmental reviews. And whereas the town board has determined that it is in the best interests of the town of Pleasant Valley to adopt this local law. Now therefore be it resolved that the town board hereby adopts proposed local law D of 2022 entitled Local Law to Override Tax Levy Limit for the fiscal year 2023 pursuant to General Municipal Law 3C, and it's further resolved that the town clerk is hereby directed to file said local law in the office of the Department of State as required by law.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. You're welcome. I'm probably gonna need all of them. I don't
Yeah,
know
it's
where
fine.
everything is.
They're underneath all these. Go through, yeah.
That's what I was going for.
Like, go for a while. Those things are long.
I know.
Keep going. Keep going.
Groundskeeper. It's all done.
I think it's coming up. There you go.
There it is, okay. All right. Town Board Resolution 1002, 2022, adopting groundskeeper full-time. Whereas town groundskeeper Matthew Nenny has been employed by the town since November 16, 2006 as a groundskeeper. Whereas the town board wishes to formalize via resolution his position as full-time groundskeeper, which is considered a non-competitive position pursuant to the rules of classified civil service of Dutchess County. And whereas the position of full-time groundskeeper is funded in the 2022 budget, and resolved that Matthew Nenny is hereby appointed to the position of full-time groundskeeper effective November 17, 2006. And be it further resolved that Matthew Nenny, as of the date of this resolution, shall be compensated at the rate of $23.11 per hour. Be it resolved that the rates of compensation and conditions of the employment herein may be amended or altered as permitted or required under applicable New York State, federal, or applicable law. And be it further resolved that the town supervisor and town bookkeeper are hereby authorized and directed to file any and all documents with the Dutchess County Department of Human Resources to affect the terms of this resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1003, 2022, amending Resolution 9009, 2022, authorizing payment of abstract number 9 of 2022. Whereas on September 19th, 2022, the Town Board adopted a Resolution 9009, 2022, authorizing payment of audited claims, and whereas certain changes were omitted from that resolution, now therefore be it resolved that the Town Board hereby authorizes the Town Supervisor non-pro-tunc to September 19, 2022, to pay all claims as follows for the year of 2022. Abstract 9, 2022, general fund claims, $108,671.71. Abstract 9, highway fund claims, $56,113.99. Abstract 9, prepaid, $4,825.41. Abstract 9, streetlights, $4,256.21. Abstract 9 of 2022, ambulance fund, $14,245.80. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1004, 2022, authorizing payment of abstract number 10P of 2022. Whereas the Town of Pleasant Valley Town Board has audited the bills presented for consultant escrow fees as specified by Town Code 8215 and 9890-91 by the town clerk, and the abstract has been compiled, now therefore be it resolved that the Town Board hereby authorizes the town supervisor to pay all claims. Abstract 10, 2022, planning and zoning escrows invoices, $1,738.90.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so this is where we're gonna make a move, right? We're taking the,
Oh, yeah.
all right, didn't we say we're gonna do this
Yeah, we're moving, the authorizing the establishment of the bank account
special to up to-
before, yeah,
Yeah.
for this guy.
All right, Town of Pleasant Valley, Town Board, Town of Resolution 1006, 2022, authorizing established of bank account for new town hall project. Whereas, by Resolution 116, 2018, the Town Board authorized the expenditure of up to $1,700,000 from the Capital Project Reserve Fund, along with an additional grant funding to purchase and renovate property at 1903 Route 44 for the new town hall. And whereas expenses to date for the project total $733,033.95, leaving a remaining allocation of $966,966.05 from the Capital Project Reserve Fund. Whereas the town board finds it in its best interest of the town to open up a new bank account for the new town hall project to separate and track the funding for the project. Now therefore be resolved that the town board authorizes the town supervisor to open a new bank account with Chase Bank for the new town hall project and to transfer the Capital Project Reserve Fund into the new account, the balance of funds allocated to the project in the amount of $966,966.05. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Now we're back in order. Town Board Resolution 1005, 2022, authorizing the town supervisor to execute an agreement with CPL Architecture, Engineering, Planning, and Surveyors for the engineering services related to renovating the new town hall. Whereas by Resolution 115, 2018, and 1/16/2018, the Town Board of Town of Pleasant Valley authorized the purchase and renovation of property 1903 Route 44 for a new town hall facility. And whereas the resolution 1/16/2018 authorized the expenditure of up to $1,700,000 from the Capital Project Reserve Fund for this project. And whereas the town purchased the property and the town engineer has prepared conceptual plans for the renovation, and whereas the town board desires to have the town engineer, CPL Architecture, Engineering, Planning and Surveys, CPL, perform the additional site investigation and design services to ascertain the estimated cost of the renovation and complete the schematic design and demolition plans. And whereas CPL has provided a proposed scope of services dated August 19, 2022, and the attorney to the town has prepared a formal contract incorporating the terms and conditions of proposed engineering work, which has been reviewed by the town board members. And whereas the services are divided into 3 phases, and the priority 1 items will be completed and presented to the town before moving on with the remainder of the scope. And whereas the total cost of all services is $115,000. Now therefore it be resolved that the town supervisor is hereby authorized to execute the proposed contract with CPL in the same or substantially the same form as presented to the town board. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And this is the agreement.
I make a motion to allow resolution 1007 of 2022 on the agenda.
I'm sorry, Mike, I didn't.
Say that one more time.
I make a motion to allow resolution 1007 of 2022 on the agenda. It's under special consideration.
Yep,
Yep, I'm getting to the second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1007, 2022, authorizing release of request for the proposal for the gravel and topsoil delivered to Helen Aldrich Park. Whereas the town undertaking work to fill a depression, I'm glad we're calling it a depression now. That's the best, because it kind of fits all together. I'm depressed talking about it. In the ground at Helen Aldrich Park. And whereas bank-run gravel and topsoil are needed to complete the project, and whereas in accordance with the town's procurement policy, a written request for proposals, RFP, should be released to seek a vendor to provide the necessary materials. Now therefore be it resolved that the town board authorizes the release of the attached RFP for Helen Aldrich gravel and topsoil. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Before
Any-
you go ahead with this,
Uh-oh.
so, no, we just need to make sure we have the details. I don't know if you want, Mary, you don't necessarily want to advertise this for a long period, right? You wanted to just have the RFP so that you can get some
A
quick
week to 2 weeks
proposals.
tops.
So do you want to put a
Week.
short date on it? And I don't know if you
Friday
even,
would be good.
7 days?
7 days works for me. I don't think we need much more
it
than
doesn't
that.
even, I mean, it's up to you if you want to put it in the paper or just have it so that you can
Just have it so we
solicit.
can, so we can solicit, I think, at this point, we want to just get it done.
Distribute it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there's a blank for the date, so do you? just
Next
wanna give it
Monday.
a week?
Bids are due next Monday.
Let's do next Monday.
It's Monday.
The 10th.
10, yeah. Does that matter if that's a holiday?
Well,
Not to most people.
really quick though, I'm just wondering.
Tuesday.
I'm just wondering if there's really a rush on it because our next meeting isn't until like 2-3 weeks from now. So is there really a rush to get bids back if we're not really meeting until
Well-
the end of October?
It is and it isn't, because we've been playing with this for such a long time. And now that the work has been done by our highway department, we can start getting that stuff delivered ASAP.
Yeah, but we can't, we have to meet to award whatever it is. So is
So
there
what
really
about-
would we get more bids if we opened it up longer for the fact that we're not really meeting for 3 weeks from today?
So why don't we close, well, let's do it this way.
Like, there's really not a rush because unless we hold a special meeting to award it.
So why don't we open it until the
October,
14th,
November.
Yeah,
and then
I
we'll
like
approve
that.
it on the 24th?
Yeah,
right?
it's
That'll
good to
give-
give us a little time to get the resolution written
Yeah,
up and
yeah,
on the
yeah, yeah.
agenda, so it's
So
not
we'll
the
give,
last
we'll give
minute.
everybody to the we'll give
I
everybody to
forgot
the
we moved it.
14th, and then we vote on the 24th.
I forgot we moved it, that's right.
Yeah, makes sense, I get it.
I didn't know this.
Okay, so this is all for the proposal, okay.
We have,
Mike, who motioned, who
Frank?
seconded?
I'll make a
Mary.
motion.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye. There you go.
You're talking about the gravel and
Yes.
this one,
Yep.
1007?
Yep.
It was you and I,
Oh.
or you guys. I guess they right on top of you too.
I'll make a motion to allow resolution 1008 of 2022 on the agenda.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
1008, 2022, authorizing a release for request for proposals for the site work at Helen Aldrich Park. Whereas the town is undertaking work to fill a we did this, didn't we do this already?
Oh, it's for the
This is-
work,
no,
not
this
for
is
the
for the
gravel.
site.
This is for the work.
This is for the
The
site.
town undertaking work to fill a depression in the ground at Helen Aldrich Park, and whereas the town previously arranged for the supply and delivery of fill, but a contractor is needed to move fill as it is delivered to fill the depression. I still like depression. Whereas in accordance,
tell what mood I
well, I'm tired of saying hole.
Yeah, we're just gonna say.
Whereas in accordance with the town's procurement policy, a written request for proposals, RFP, should be released to C contractor to provide the specified services. Now therefore be resolved that the town board authorizes release of the attached RFP for Helen Aldrich Park site work.
So moved.
Second.
Shall we make that one the 14th also?
Yes.
Yep.
And I think, Mary, did you want to add, in the scope of services, that the job includes moving fill, bank run gravel, and topsoil?
Yes, please, just so that they have an idea of what's going on.
Right, it's 3 different deliveries, right?
Yes.
Right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And that's this.
I can send it to you tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh, we're almost there.
No, we're not.
I know.
Got a whole section, then we get to open it up to the public.
Old business discussion.
Okay, old business. So, I'm unsure. We had a beautiful presentation.
Yes, so I wanted it to stay on the agenda so it was fresh in your guys' mind and get your opinion of, the board's opinion, if this is something we might want to pursue of either benches at Acme or the shelter. And I'm sure if we approached the county and said, listen, I think we really want to do the shelter, maybe with some nudging of some of our legislators, maybe we can get on the list earlier if we maybe share in some of the cost instead
I was
of.
just saying, aren't these Dutchess counties stops?
They are, but also, yes, they're Dutchess County stops, but the town also, the idea is that the town is supplying a safe place for, I mean, Dutchess County for all day, it's a sign, and they can wait out. For example, when I drove in tonight, I don't know where you guys all come from, but there was 3 people standing in front of Acme, and then there was 1 person standing across from Town Hall here. So, I'm just trying to get the feedback from the rest of the board of, is this something that you want me to continue pursuing, or are we just kind of stopping where we are? So,
No, why wouldn't we want to pursue it? I think it was a great idea.
No, I think it's, I think,
Absolutely.
honestly, if it's a service that's used by people in this town, I think
We
it
should do
makes
it.
sense, we should do it.
So if you
Yes.
want, I can reach back out to the county and see if they maybe would be willing to help us.
Yep.
And then I believe ARPA funds could be used for some of it. And so it could be at 0 cost to the taxpayers if we really wanted to do it. But I'll reach out to them first and see if we can get anything.
In the meantime, I spoke with you. Do you want us to remove the bench that was in question that they feel is unsafe? Because we could do that ASAP.
So did you talk, you said you were gonna possibly reach out to the Boy Scouts.
I did, and these were put in, apparently a very, very long time ago, and they don't have any concern, they don't care either
So
way.
if the,
That
my
was the
only,
only
yeah.
consideration, but they don't care.
My only concern was that it was an Eagle Scout project, so, I mean, if the board is in agreement that maybe we take that one down, and
Well,
that's a
aren't
board
there
decision.
2 of them that we really should look into?
So it's the one at CVS
One
that's
at
causing
CVS.
the issue with people waiting there, and then they run across West Road to get the bus, because the
It's
bus can't
dangerous.
stop there. So what they're suggesting is if we got rid of that or moved it, it would either make them kind of go up if we had a shelter or benches up by Acme, or they would go wait over in the bike shop. They're standing halfway between two bus stops because there's a nice inviting bench, but the bus won't stop there.
And you don't have that problem, they don't have that problem out next door here?
What do you mean?
Because isn't there another bench right here?
Well, there's a bench here, but the bus
It's
stop,
off.
what they're looking at is potentially moving the bus stop to that bench.
Right.
They need to come to a site visit to see the clearance for the turn, but that bench isn't causing an issue because the bus can stop at the real bus stop right before it, and they would just walk over to it. At the other one, the bus is driving by them,
Okay.
they go running after the bus into traffic,
Right.
and it's causing, I guess, some issues, so.
That one by CVS is unsafe. I mean, it really isn't. I mean, but the bus has nowhere to stop there.
No, and I think the only people really using it are people waiting for the bus, and they're not waiting in a good, safe spot, so.
So,
If you
yes,
guys are good with it, I mean,
if you're okay
Yep.
with it,
Yeah.
everyone, well, I'll have it removed.
Yep.
Okay,
the gully doesn't need to be on there, or
I
the-
think we're done
the-
with that,
the
right? We did
depression.
all the stuff
Well,
we
it's the
needed.
depression
The
now.
depression.
Depression is done.
Commencing law adopted, okay. So Emily, I think you wanted this on, the commencing the law adoption process for the proposed local law C of 2022 entitled, a local law establishing the mowing of the lawns. You wanted it on there? 'Cause you-
Yeah, so, sorry. It's up to you if you want to discuss these two laws tonight. I know it's pretty late, or we could have a offline discussion about making some changes to them.
I think that, honestly, I think at this point, we've heard from Gary a bunch about the line about the opinion of the zoning administrator.
Yeah.
Well, no,
I think if-
that's the
That's
other
the
one.
other
No, that's the.
Oh, sorry.
This is the grass mowing.
Oh, sorry.
There were things in this one that I think we should at least have a conversation about, maybe address. But I mean, are we really in a rush for this? Could
No,
we-
I would say another
Could we
meeting.
put this off till the next meeting to
Yeah.
talk about?
Okay,
And same thing with the junk car?
Yeah, let's just.
It's kind of getting late, so,
Well,
Yeah.
lawn
Yeah, we know we
mowing's
gotta go to
pretty much
executive
over
session
for
too,
this year
so.
anyway.
yeah.
yeah, but yes and no, but right now is the time, because I've received a whole bunch of complaints, especially about this one, of rodents climbing into neighbors' houses because the house is abandoned, then the lawn is a perfect hideaway for the rodents to get across to the next house, and it's, I've had several calls on that. So we really should wrap this one up.
So, I mean, we can discuss it quick. I mean, it could be fairly quick, and we can see if we need another public hearing or not.
As I understand it, if there was any kind of adjustment, we can make it and just add it to it, and then we can pass it and go. Right?
You can't pass it tonight, but yeah, if it's a minor
It's-
adjustment, you don't need
It's
another public
closed already,
hearing.
right? We did it, we heard everybody,
Correct.
right, so it's all said and done unless you want to make an adjustment.
Right.
So, there were a couple that I would suggest, at least to look at, is the one was under definitions, vacant.
Yes.
So it says any land, and the concern is that we really weren't trying to put this to just vacant land. So I would suggest, and I don't know if the board's in agreement, to just get rid of any land portion of that, make it any structure, building, or portion thereof, which would make more sense. If
I
that
think
makes,
it has to be even more defined in that respect, because if we're going to be splitting
Or-
hairs, because we're not mowing buildings.
Or does it
We're
say
mowing lawns.
any land that has
well,
a?
it's defining vacant, and it's saying any land, structure, building, or portion thereof which is unoccupied or unused. So any land is just, I mean, that could be literally an empty parcel that
Gotcha.
has no building. So yeah, it has to be, I think the concern is that people had concerns of vacant land. I don't know if, what we would change that to, but
That's a good
I get
question.
I get their point.
So if you go back to the previous page, 96-2A, this chapter shall apply to all lots, plots, or parcels of land on which residential, non-residential, and/or mixed-use buildings are located, which land and buildings are vacant or abandoned. So we could just take the word land out there. And then
Yeah, and I
it
think
would
that
mean
solves it all.
any property where the buildings are vacant,
Yep.
Yeah,
right?
that makes more sense.
Yep. Makes a lot more
So just make it which buildings are vacant or abandoned?
Yes.
Okay. Do you need a motion for that, or can we just do it?
Go go make the motion.
I'll make
Are
a, mo-
those- So are those two changes then? We're taking out the word land there and
So taking
in
out
the,
land again, just put any structure, building or portion thereof.
yeah, just the 96-2 one, just taking land, which land,
No, 96.3,
we're
No, I
taking
don't-
it out in both places.
oh, you're taking it about
I
both?
think so, yeah.
yeah.
Okay. And then the other one was the concern about where it said enforcement. I forget where it was in here, but we should probably, I mean, I believe that's probably right that we take out town employees as going out to mow it, because I think we all agree that we were hiring other
We
people.
would hire somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
so-
not even- we wouldn't even play that game.
So I don't remember where it is,
It's,
but
um,
it's in here
it's-
somewhere.
On, let's see, the third page of the law, C, compliance, and then 3B, so it's almost the bottom of the page.
Oh, so we would
So
get
it's
rid of,
by the town's designee or agent.
yeah.
Right.
So we're taking out the words either by Town of Pleasant Valley employees or,
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so just by the town designee.
John. Those were my only two things from
I
the
think those are
public
the only
hearing,
two
so-
concerns.
yeah, otherwise this one's good to go, because it's not a zoning law, so we don't need the county's response.
Gotcha. So do we need to make Mike's changes in a motion?
Yeah, and then we should make the changes in a motion, and then you're gonna need the final version on your desks for 10 days before you can,
Actually,
adopt it.
Which we have plenty of time.
We have
'cause
plenty
we're
of
gonna-
time.
Okay,
All right,
Sweet.
so I'll make a motion that we change, oh geez Louise.
96-2.
96-2A to strike the part that says
The word
land, and it would just be which buildings are vacant or abandoned. And then in 96-3, under the vacant definitions, we would strike the word land in the comma, so it'd just say any structure, building, or portion thereof. And then under 96-6, section C, 3B, we're striking either by Town of Pleasant Valley employees or.
I'll second that motion.
all in favor?
Aye.
Recreation Committee, Town Attorney.
Oh, Recreation Committee. So all that was, at the last meeting, we filled a vacancy on the committee, but in the process, there was some confusion about the terms and roles of the committee. So I drafted for your next meeting, if you'd like, a resolution clarifying the role and membership of the Recreation Committee, just reviewing the existing members and what their terms are. And also, the town board is supposed to appoint the chair of the committee. And finally, that the town board member, which was Councilman Mazzella and is now Councilwoman Albrecht, is really a liaison to the committee, not a member of it. So then there will be one more membership slot
Vacant.
available. Is that right? So we can put that on for the next meeting if you want.
Okay.
Sweet.
Yeah.
They don't pick their own chairperson? They don't vote on their own?
The resolution that the town board passed said that you all appoint the chair.
I don't. Okay. At this time, we'd like to open the meeting up to the public. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You should get an award.
Huh?
Yeah.
He should. I'm gonna tell Pam on you.
Take my time coming up here.
She's gonna be wondering where you were all night.
Hi. Couple things. I brought it up at last meeting. I would hope that nobody forgot about it, but a recycling building at the transfer station for
Don't
the
forget.
bottles. I was up there a couple weeks ago, and that was, part of that was almost completely filled with 5-cent bottles. I assume it came from a commercial place. I don't know how anybody could put as many bottles in there. That certainly could be used for the scouts. In addition, you don't have to dump it, it's full. So, just a thought on that. The other thing is the town hall, proposed town hall. I've gone past there for years now, and the same junk is in there. Isn't it about time we just got a dumpster and started getting rid of it? I mean, why wait till we're ready to go and then you gotta wait till you get rid of it?
Well, I think that's part of this next process, so.
Huh?
I think that's part of this next process.
Okay. I think that's probably it, but on that one coming up, the grass one, there is a 149 acre piece of parcel in the valley with a home. The home is vacant.
It's abandoned.
Huh?
It's abandoned,
No, it's vacant.
vacant. If it's, again, if it's vacant and no one's taking care of the property, we can turn to the bank and say, you've got X amount of days.
It's not,
Gary, you gotta talk
somebody
into
owns
the
it.
microphone.
It's not bank.
Usually what happens, if somebody owns it, then they're the ones that are responsible. They'll receive a letter stating, hey, look, you have to take care of your property.
So
Okay.
it doesn't really fit anything in the ordinance. It's a farm.
If it's vacant, no one's in there, and it's creating a hazard to anyone around them or anything like that, they'll get a letter. And they have a choice, they can get it.
I agree with the purpose of this, but I just hate to have anything fall onto a farm.
I understand. We don't want to hurt farms either.
Anyone else? Hearing none,
Ah, yeah.
I move to close the meeting to the public.
I second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I make a motion that we go into executive session for 105.1F.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Make a motion?
All right, so I'm gonna make a motion, we come out of executive session at 11:32 PM.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye. All right, I'm gonna make a motion, we untable, right, the conversation with regards to the budget and the assessor.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye. All right, so I'm gonna make the motion that we,
You already made the motion for that one.
but I withdrew it, I think, at the
Withdrew
time,
it.
so.
Oh, you did?
I'm gonna make the motion that, the assessor's, salary for the 2023 proposed budget should be $45,000 annually.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
I'll make a motion, are you writing this all down while we're going? So I'll go slow. All right, under zoning 8010, line 100, Secretary of Zoning, I make a motion that we change the tentative amount to 25 hours at a rate increase to $19.11, which comes out to a total of $24,843.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then I'll make a motion to change 8020 planning, under 100 for secretary to planning at 25 hours with an increase to a rate of $19.11 for a total of $24,843.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.